Hey everybody, hey Shoe Strikers, hey Kevin. Happy Tuesday of the Tuesday command here. So as usual, it is just address more feedback, and whew, there is a lot to do. Let me see if there are any PRs. Okay, cool. Faces an issue of instances container inside scroll container taking full space. Flags to fill and expand. There's just shrink, center, and expand. I see. Okay. I wonder how this happened though. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I was working kind of late last night because I was trying to figure out this thing, which I haven't checked in yet. And this is definitely what we need to do. Is my mic okay? Because I've got feedback. It looks normal. And it looks like only when I'm talking do I hear stuff. Yeah, Xanis, it might be something on your end, but I'm not sure how that's possible. But yeah, everything looks normal for me, and apparently it's nice for Kevin and Shoestrikers. Okay, well, anyway, I gotta check this stuff in. Oh, just talk about the feedback. Oh, is that if you'd put a kappa, I would have been like, ah, perfect. Otherwise, I'm like, oh God, stream issues. Well, you tricked 3 people. So at least I'm not alone. All right, so this is what we need here. This is rather unfortunate that we need this thing. I shouldn't be calling this stuff testeroni. Yeah, so let's attach a script in a realistic location here. So source UI. I think we have a scene scripts and then UI. Yeah, here. So I'm going to say scroll container. What did I call this over here? Scroll container forwarding clicks. Yeah. Let's do that. Create that. True should have. I was going to ask you to show this. Yeah, I'll show this in just a sec once I've got kind of everything together. Let me just fix the stuff I had done here. So this extends from scroll container. We put this here. We put it inside of a namespace. Namespace game source scene scripts UI. I think something's already broken with autocomplete here. Hey, 3D Extended. Thanks for the 4 years, 1 month. Don't push yourself too hard. Yeah, you know, you have been the voice in the back of my head because of the past times when you've been like, hey, better keep an eye out. And of course, all the advice I've been giving you too. I am sort of intentionally doing it right now because at the end of this week, I'll be taking a vacation. And then when I get back, I think we'll have more time. But unfortunately, there's a Steam deadline, not a me deadline, and it's February 3rd. And there's enough to do that I don't think we can do it all by February 3rd. So I just want to get done with as much as possible. Also, I have actually felt pretty good. I think, I was up till late last night, but part of the reason why is that Renegade Page was streaming Skeleseller himself. And it was actually really interesting. How do I get to this? Let's see, Skeleseller. All right. So he streamed for 3 hours and 17 minutes. And I think part of this was him talking about PoE at some point, and he only got into the game maybe half an hour in. So he probably played for, let's say, 2.5 hours or something like that. Anyway, he played the game to completion, and then he's like, all right, I'm going to speed run this now. And it started off as kind of a joke, but then he actually finished the speed run of it. So he played twice, and he seemed to like the game. He also got to a point in the game where the game says, like, you're done with all the content that's there. And he just, like, ignored it and said, like, no, I'm continuing. So I thought that was pretty good. Yeah, Page's stream was pretty funny. You hear the voice in my head? Keep an eye out. Yeah. And I'm going to, and I definitely want to be careful about this stuff. The other thing that's kind of nice, and Monadic Bind had said something like this, something to the effect of, like, having some important deadline and having to do crunch time like twice a year is actually probably a good thing. And I sort of feel this right now. These Steam festivals are coming up. It's exciting, it's new, and there are deadlines for them. So I'm interested to see how they go. And I feel like I'm putting the work towards something. It's not just like, well, the 20 people who saw the game had slightly more positive feedback than before. It's like, all right, this should hopefully put it in front of more eyes. Okay, so we gotta delete this. Reveal in Finder. All right, that's deleted. Now I believe I have the word testeroni somewhere. Yeah, here, although I don't understand how. Oh, I forgot to save. That's how. Okay, anywhere else? Yeah, just here. Okay, so this is a scroll container forwarding clicks. And we'll call it scroll container, I guess. There. Isn't like you have no stress on by your own self-declared deadline for new versions of Skeleseller, though? Yeah, those are more flexible, though, I think. So it's hard to say. It's like a different kind of stress that I always know that if I needed to, I could push something by a week. So it's more flexible. This is a little different in that the only thing we can push would be certain fixes or features that we're going to work on. Anyway, I think everything's okay right now. Maybe I like crash and burn on Thursday and then need to readjust. But yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on it. All right, so yeah, Kevin, I wanted to show this general structure that we have. So here's the issue. A scroll container on its own does not really have a size unless you anchor it to something. Because if I were to say shrink center here, it's going to just collapse to nothing because it doesn't care about the size of its children because it's just going to show a scroll bar. So the issue you have is that by making it take the full screen, you now have these blank areas. And I tried a whole bunch of things. As far as I can understand, there's no way to get rid of these. So what you have to do is you have to detect that a mouse click happened there and then just act like it happened in whatever was behind it. If you were to turn off mouse events for this, then you wouldn't get scroll events. So yeah, we need both of those things. And then in the end, here's what it looks like. Hey, yo, how's it going? How goes the yo? This is, yeah, okay, it's loading. This is saying it can't be found because I never actually used the new namespace. And then the old namespace isn't going to be needed. And because autocomplete didn't work, it didn't tell me about this. Yeah, you can't turn off clicks, which is frustrating because I feel like that would be another way to make this work a little bit better. Oh man, what is going on? That took a very long time. And I wrote a whole bunch of notes about this here. I wanted the game menu to be centered, expand no bigger than the size of its children, blah, blah, blah. I ended up with a scene tree. And I wrote the thing about how to fix the click issue. So we got to make a common component out of this too. All right, anyway, here's what it looks like. So I can click this background up here. I can click it to the side. It'll close it no matter what. If the game window is too small, it's still centered and then starts scrolling. So I believe the only real problem here that I didn't fix is very minor, and it's probably not even easy to see over the stream, but there's like 2 pixels at the bottom that are open there. I think that's just this VBox container having a separation. I don't actually know though, now that I see this. So here's the old version. Here's the new version. Let's try this. No, that separation is still there. What is causing that? It's 1 pixel on the bottom. It must be a different VBox container. Yeah, maybe it's this one. I wonder if we could see this at all. Well, let's just keep looking at it in the game, I guess. It still hasn't gone away. Maybe, no, I think that would be it too. I don't think it's any of these other ones. Maybe the panel itself has, oh, it's the shadow, isn't it? No, I don't think it's a shadow. I can't really tell. But either way, this isn't worth looking into. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Hey, Museus. Okay, well, let's undo what I just did. That and that. And yeah, as long as this doesn't look too bad, and it doesn't. Okie dokie. So let's check that in. Delete this. Yeah. All right. Now let's look through the code. So I changed the scene a bunch. We added an on click that closes that. Yeah, we got this. Okay. So center and or like scroll in game menu. Allow scrolling the in-game menu. Okay, so this took quite a lot of fiddling to get a scroll container that would be no larger than the height of the window, but ideally at least as large as its children without being too big. In the end, I had to, yeah. I'll just say note that I could not just disable mouse events on the scroll container so that I wouldn't need the new script here, because then it wouldn't react to the scroll wheel. Or maybe we could have done it the other way around. Maybe we could have listened for the scroll wheel here. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's fine. The grown container that will resize the children. Huh. Yeah, I'd be curious to see that, because I want to do this with one other menu and I wanted to make a common component. There's one other quick question I have about this, which is, does right click close this menu too? If it does, we'll just add a quick if statement there. No, it doesn't. Okay. It would have been fine if it did. I don't really care what it does because I don't have any expectations around that. But I would just want it to be consistent. Okay, so that's done. Now make sure this is on the other menu. So we have in-game menu and we have settings menu. So what is the thing that's in common here? We had the VBox and then the panel, VBox and then panel. So we just threw this into a scroll container. So we could do the same thing here and make the combination of scroll and VBox container be the like menu centered on screen thing. If I were to just add this manually here, let's see what that looks like. I put this in the bottom, move this up, set this to this, set this to this and this. And there's now only a problem with the size of this. Oh no, there isn't. It's this. Disabled. Okay. So if I were to check, or not check this in, but if I were to try this out, we would see this look different. It would not be absorbing clicks correctly. But then we can make a common component out of that. Not exactly what we want, although it's useful too. Oh, a max size container. I think this is what we want. Where is their code for this? Max size container. Man, it worries me that this is 300 lines of code. But let me put a reference to this in my notes. There are other solutions out there which may be helpful, e.g. this GitHub repo. There. Okay, it's in my notes now too. Cool. All right, so does it work? No? What happened to scrolling this? Oh, there's already a scroll container under here. I forgot. Okay, where should that have been? VPVMV. VPV. Yeah, get rid of this one. Oh, the save button is outside of the scroll container in this case, though. Because we always wanted to be on screen. I mean, what if we just didn't do that? What if we just put it at the bottom? How do I get this to work? There. Okay, now delete this. Why did you choose game development as a developer? Yeah, it's pretty simple. I just like game development. There's no like, well, I considered how much money this thing would be versus this thing, or here's the demand or anything. It was just, this is what I gravitate toward. I think it's like, why did you pick any of the hobbies you have? Maybe you did some sort of life design for them, but probably they're just fun for you, right? I think that's pretty much how game dev worked. Hey, Phil. Guess it could solve our use case too. I was thinking of doing something slightly different. Oh, nice. It looks a little weird because we had all this blank space, but I think this is what we want. And now when we shrink this, yeah. Does scrolling move these? It does. Ooh, I did not realize that. That explains a lot. Okay, I don't like that. I don't know who would like that, but I'm gonna write that down too. Minor issue, you can use the scroll wheel on what are those called? Sliders, e.g. the volume sliders. This seems like a really bad idea for an already scrollable UI. Hey, Brandon. I like save settings on the bottom too. It makes more sense. So just to be clear, it was always on the bottom, but it used to always be visible. So that no matter how you'd move this dialog, you'd still see save settings. Whereas now, yes, you have to scroll down to the bottom. I think this is good. Hey, up here. Related to something we talked about yesterday, you mentioned some list of games to get started. Oh, there it is. Yeah. That's the site. Yes. I should bookmark this or something so that if people ask about it. Thanks for following up on that. I'll give you a point for that. Where would I put this? Stream sites and tools. Can we just make a new folder here? Add folder. Resources for chat. And then add page. And we're going to call this the games to make as a new dev. Yeah. Okay. So now we'll have that there. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, every once in a while I want to share this with people just to say like, look, this is a pretty good progression. And I haven't truly looked through a lot of this. I definitely think Pong is a great starting point. Then after that, yeah, Flappy Bird makes sense, Breakout. But then after that, it's like, I don't really think it matters too much what you do because probably have enough experience now making a few of these to realize, huh, it went up like this much every time. So it should probably keep going up that much. But these ones at the end, like Minecraft and Portal, I don't think people should have to do that. Yeah, after that, make them all multiplayer. Welcome in, sick. Did I test this game on Windows? Me personally, no, but the majority of people who play this played it on Windows and then they gave feedback. So I did not boot into Windows for that. If you look at the analytics here, I think you can see, no, you can't see it here. Where is it? Maybe this? Yeah, here it is. So Skeleseller Windows.zip is 677 downloads, Mac 80, Linux 80. So you can see that it's roughly like 10%, or I guess like 5%. No, what is it? Anyway, whatever. You can figure out the numbers. It's like 10% on Mac, 10% on Windows, or on Linux, and then 80% on Windows. Let's consolidate this then into the new thing that we want here. The panel could be part of this, but I don't think it needs to be. Yeah. Is it two of these menus, settings and adventurers, with different size will position differently on screen? We could make this be the same way. Like, I think the adventurer's screen needs an overhaul to begin with. It's very vertical and it requires scrolling for most people I've seen play. So I think we need to do something about that. And someone said just get rid of these horizontal rules. That could help. We could also consolidate these things. We could put this into the tooltip and we can make this look like a tiny little honeycomb here where these buttons and these buttons are much closer to one another. Actually, I guess I could kind of mock this up. I don't want to spend too long doing this, but imagine that we moved this up here and this. Let's anchor that back down. And then this up here. And then that was our whole UI. So something like that, where it's like, oh, wow, this takes up way less space now. So yeah, we might do something like that. I have an idea. I want a prototype. I'll try to do it later. Yeah, it sounds good. Sounds good. By the way, I think as far as priorities go, this could be a good thing to do maybe next week. Because while this is a problem, it's not such a big problem, and I might just like shrink some of this anyway. It's like the town hall. I was thinking, yes, eventually we want tabs, we want like a full system here. But until then, maybe I should just move like this and this into its own little section at the bottom. And it just says like, these are demo specific perks. I was thinking about something that Paj said yesterday too, by the way. He said something like, it'd be nice to specialize my town and have a build that I could respec. And I couldn't help but laugh for a reason that probably Paj couldn't have known, which is we used to have the Skell tree in the game. And you would do a quest and you would get a Skell point, and then you would put it into what is now the town perk tree. So these cost money right now, but before they cost points, and you could take them out and put them in other things. And what I realized is they're all benefits, and it doesn't feel like you know enough at the beginning of the game to like know which one to pick or which one not to pick. And I didn't want you to have to manage them frequently and be like, okay, well, I'm about to get a sale, so let me take a point out of this and put it into the sale amount perk. And then, I don't know, there were a lot of little issues with that. But I thought of a thing that's kind of interesting here. Imagine if you had, I don't know, let's say like 3 related skill trees, or not even skill trees, but like purchase trees. So maybe you have something like town efficiency, and it's got things like workers move faster, there are more customers, something like that. And imagine you have, I'm just making things up. Imagine you have battle efficiency, and it's like more damage, more health. All these have a cost. And let's say they're 50 gold to begin with. What I think would be interesting, but possibly too complex for the style of game that we have, is by picking one of these trees, you're told that these other ones are now going to go up by 50%, let's say. So they're not, it's not like you locked yourself out. It's just like, oh, my town is going to be all about town efficiency. And now, yes, I can still get the battle stuff, but it's just going to cost more. The problem is then we couldn't allow for respecializing because you would have spent money on this stuff. So we'd have to have a way of like refunding all your purchases or something. And then what, customers just like disappear from town? It'd look weird. So that's the only way I could think, or at least the only way I thought of so far, that would be interesting. But like I said, I think this would be too much for the style of game we have. Like imagine you had 3 panels here and it's like, okay, by picking one of these, you're going to make the other ones more expensive. And it's like minute number 4 into the game and you think, I don't want to read all of these and figure out, did I pick the right thing? So I don't think we're going to go with that. But that's the way I would think about doing this. There's another way you could do it where it's just like by picking any skill makes every skill more expensive. And it doesn't even need to go up by a lot. Like if the cost is 50 gold for a bunch of these things, maybe they all go up by like 2 gold at first. So you picked this one and now the other prices went up to 52. Something like pricing upgrades based on how many purchases you have in other trees. Sounds confusing. It wasn't that exactly. It was pick a tree. That tree will be 100% of its original price. The others will now be 125%. And this was like a one-time choice you make at some point. I don't know. But like I said, even expressing this would probably be too much for players because it's like if I plopped you into an RPG you've never played before and I'm like, okay, pick a spell type, fire or ice. As a player, you pretty much just have to assume like, oh, it's like a flavor thing. Do I like fire? Do I like ice? But if you're a returning player, you might be like, okay, well, toward the end of the game, there are too many fire immune enemies, so I'm actually going to go with ice here. Or like there's more synergy with ice skills or something. Or you don't have that input at the beginning of the game, so it's either let you make that choice again in the future or don't make that choice matter. And I don't think either one of those would fit for Skeleseller. The letting you make it again in the future, like I said, you might just end up with like, oh, those customers they just disappeared because you got rid of the perk that gave you extra customers. And it's like, that looked pretty strange, I think. Yeah. I think this is one of the problems with player expectations in general. If their expectations just because of what a genre does, then they can be harmful. If their expectations because of like, given this particular game, I would have expected, I don't know, something like, I guess UI expectations are a good idea. Like, imagine a settings thing that doesn't have sliders for the sound. You might be like, okay, that's a little weird. And yeah, those are the kinds of things you shouldn't violate expectations on. But I feel like for game design, you do what makes the most sense for your particular game. And I don't know if we're going to have an uphill battle against all the people who are like, yeah, put in experience points and yeah, put in equipment and yeah, have builds for the town. All right, we're going to make a new component here. It's going to be just the scroll container and the VBox container. Scroll container, VBox container. We're going to call this whatever I named that script. Scroll container forwarding clicks. We're going to give it that script. We're going to make this take up. Actually, this isn't even really scroll container forwarding clicks. It's more like centered scroll container. Scroll container centered on screen. Yeah, something like that. And then this thing is set to both shrink and expand. And we only have this scroll in that direction. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's go save that. Scenes UI. Be nice if this could type it in whatever this case is called. Not camel case because the first character isn't lowercase, but Pascal case or something. Centered on screen. All right, now what if we instantiated that? So scroll container centered on screen, and then we put these things into there. Does that just work? No. I think a theme is now missing from this. Where was the theme originally? In this VBox container? No. Although maybe it might have been in this one. Because yeah, everything changed. Drat. Okay, game settings menu. Where do we put the theme? It was on the VBox container. Yeah, okay, so we need we need this to still be over here. Theme is gonna be, oh neat, they added a little folder button there that you can click, and that's the quick load thing. And what was it called? Controls.res? Okay, that's better. Inside the scene and add that from where you instantiate, otherwise you have two VBox siblings. Oh, I want everything instantiated into that. Yeah, I guess what I meant to do here is make this editable children and then put this inside that VBox container. Yeah, that looks like how I want it to look. But I guess we could do this kind of either way. AC do X. Rate Godot, scale of 10. I like Godot, so it's higher than 5. I don't think it does everything perfectly, and there's a learning curve, but I think that's true of every game engine. So I'd probably say like probably a 7 or 8. The areas where I would ding it for points is, I guess, like dev velocity. There are some issues I encountered about 4 years ago when I first used Godot that are only just now getting fixed. and I could only imagine trying to make Skeleseller 4 years ago. Like, it would have been possible. We would have worked around a bunch of stuff, but yeah, I think dev velocity is like -1 point at least. And then other things are, I guess as a result, like the sort of the bugs and features that are missing that cause me to want that dev velocity. Sorry, bugs that are there, features that are missing. Hey, I'll Twitch that. Hey, Mystical Cell. I hear Amy. I'll Twitch that. I searched for you the other day on Discord because I know your naming structure on websites. I couldn't find you, and I forgot what I wanted to say now at this point. So all I wanted you to know is that I tried finding you. That's it. 10 out of 10 full marks. Thanks. Wowie. Bando wowie. Problem that eating children is it'll break if you change the original scene. Yeah, I think we can just get rid of that then. All right, let's delete you. So then this, it kind of makes you wonder, like, is there even a point in having this anymore? A common element? I think we could just make the same scene structure. Yeah. And I'm fine with that. I think that's okay. Okay, let's just do that then. So we'll make a scroll container and give it the, or I guess this would just be a scroll container that already has the, no, the whole thing that makes this centered on screen though is that VBox. Yeah, I think I am going to leave it this way because otherwise this stuff won't work the way it should. No, oh, I see. This is not me trying to get you to change. I'm just curious why you haven't. Why have you not renamed your Twitch name? Because you can change it here too. Okay, so I don't want a scroll container here anymore. I do want this stuff to be here. I want to delete this and then fix the theme. It's already fixed. So why does this look like trash? Uh-oh. What did I do? What did I do? Do I just need to reopen this? No, it is not that. I messed something else up. I don't know what though. Hmm. Well, let's look at this, which will be probably impossible to understand now at this point. Assets UI scroll back. What was that? Oh, that was the like the paper background. Oh, that's all we're missing now. Okay, let's undo all of this. I have messed up. Let's try again. Let's instantiate in that scroll container centered on screen. Put the panel underneath that. Good. And then give this the theme that it needs with editable children. So this is in the right spot. And then put this up here. Okay. Now I just need to put this taking up the whole screen. It already is. Oh, is that? No, what am I doing? This is set correctly. This looks like it's correct. Oh, right, because there's another scroll container under here. I keep forgetting that. Right, so the only thing we have left to do is to... Oh, I move this out. Oh, God, this is difficult. Oh, let's do it this way. Yeah, the only thing I have left to do is maybe move this so that it's got a little bit of spacing around it. But in general, I think that looks pretty good. Hey, Cheap. Hey, Shane. And hey, Ashton. All these blue potions he keeps buying. No. Different levels of anonymity. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah. Maybe the script also moves children into the VBox, so it just works. Yeah, that could be another way of doing it. I don't mind this structure, and I don't think we'll use this in a lot of places. And if we do, these are some of the things about the ergonomics of this. Like, would the scene change a lot? Probably not. But I do see what you're saying. We could just have it be this. You put all the children in there. It moves it to a VBox container, and you don't have to worry about it. I think this makes it a little more explicit from the editor side of things of what's going on here. The close button is not always visible now. I don't think that's necessary, but where is the close button? Or are you talking about the save settings button? Because the reason I don't think it's necessary is you can always just click the background or press escape. And most people will probably do one of those things. In fact, I saw Pies pressing escape on the battle map like over and over and over, and we need to do something about that. Yeah, this is looking good. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep this. Oh, whoops, I did not change the rest of this thing. In-game menu. This needs to use that new thing that we just made, this. So we do the same thing, editable children, cram all this stuff into here, and call it. Easy, easy. So the main motivation behind the not easy, broke everything. What happened here? Node not found scroll container, because this is no longer called scroll container. Let's just keep it at that name. Scroll container centered on screen. Okay, something is messed up. I keep setting this setting and it's not sticking. And maybe it has to do with me moving executables around. I don't know. But there we go. So this is called scroll container centered on screen. In-game menu.cs now needs to use that. Scroll container, forwarding clicks. There. There we go. Yeah, I want to work my way through a bunch of issues today. I'm hoping we get some good momentum. Do you have any applications? I do now, finally, so that I didn't need to update my environment variable. And you were correct about that. And I updated a little document we had talking about that. Now it's not showing at all. Why? There are no errors. It's just invisible. It has a size here, though. Yeah, that's bizarre. I just don't know what I could have messed up here. Oh, there. Okay. The editor hadn't updated. I just need to do that. That's fine. Okay, there we go. Cool, it's working. And I can click behind it. I can click behind up here. I can click the button still, and I should be able to scroll this down. Yeah. Perfect. That's everything. The slime is digesting all of your stuff, and it's turning into gold. And if people knew about this, then they would enslave this slime. We can't have that. Okay. Reuse centered scroll container. The in-game menu now applies the same centering that the game settings menu did. These are not very good names anymore. No, other way around. The game settings menu now applies the same centering that the in-game menu did. Okay, so that's done. All right, minor issue. Yeah, this is just worth filing but not doing anything about right now. And even for the next builds, I don't think this is super important. Prevent using scroll wheel on volume sliders. I'll take a picture of this. Well, it's really any sliders. Yeah, so all of the sliders here allow for changing values using the scroll wheel. However, thanks to, let's just push this. I'll get them from over here. I want the commit hashes. This and this. Yeah, thanks to this and this. Well, actually, it's really only, it's not even thanks to those. It was already scrollable. However, since that UI is also scrollable, it means that there's a high chance of accidentally changing a slider when all you mean to do is scroll the panel. I've had this happen to me and found it confusing. We should just disable scrolling to change slider values. All right, just a UI thing. Why would you not want that? Because of this. You have the screen like this and you're just scrolling down. You are not paying attention to where your mouse is because your goal is to scroll the panel. And while scrolling, do you see what's happening here? It's like changing some of these sliders. That's why. Also, the target for this is like 4 pixels. So if you wanted to do this, it's still pretty tough. And even me just intentionally trying to do this. Oh, it's because it's scrolling both things at once, I guess. That's why. I guess that's the other way we could do this, is make it absorb the event so that it didn't also scroll the panel. But I think we should just cut this out. Plus, I think the little grab handles are easy enough to reach. They're a little larger than the scroll thing. Or at least they should be. Maybe they're not. Hate that happening in games when I'm trying to scroll down. Yeah, I think we need to just cut that out. But that's minor. Okay, this is a major bug that I did yesterday that I did not realize that I did, and we need to go fix. Which is you can get into a regular fight and excuse me, and have auto battle enabled, and you win the fight and you turn on auto battle, and there's no way to turn this off unless you click this button. So if I were to win the battle, these controls are just disabled, and they shouldn't be. Hey, Bix. Allow changing volume with horizontal scroll. Yeah, everyone with a 3D scroll wheel is going to be so happy. It still happens in Path of Exile, and it's still infuriating. Yeah, I think it's hard to do right, because I think the way you would do this if you wanted it to work is when scrolling this, then throttle these calls for like the next second. So if I've scrolled this menu, then prevent the scroll wheel from working on these. And then after about a second, when I've stopped scrolling, be like, oh, the user must have wanted to do this action now. And it's like, it's just not worth it. It has a horizontal scroll wheel on the side. Yeah, and even if it doesn't, I guess shift and scrolling will scroll horizontally in most applications. And I don't know how many people know that, but let's say we have something like this. If I hold shift, then I can scroll horizontally. If I don't hold shift, I'm scrolling vertically. And that's how most programs, like I said, most operating systems work. But yeah, since most people don't know that, I don't think it's worth coding anything for it. All right, so how do we stop this auto battle stuff from happening? It's happening in end battle screen. Yeah, I think it is a good thing to know. And like I said, it works in most spots. I'm trying to think. Yeah. All right, so repeat battle button dot disabled. The reason is not no reason. So if it's not a boss instance, and oh, whoops, I think that's the problem. Okay, let's try that. Whoops. Someone else gave feedback about playing on a MacBook trackpad. Yeah, we need a special setting for that. I don't think there's any way we can detect that. Also, I always worry whenever there isn't a thing we can detect. So like maybe there is a way to detect the trackpad. Well, let's say there isn't. If there's no way to detect that you're on a trackpad, then we could still code things that will work, and we just put it into a setting somewhere. Will those people find that setting? Like, would you get frustrated and come in here and realize like, oh, I'm using a trackpad button here. So yeah, I don't know. In the least lazy way possible? You mean you're doing it the best way possible? Because that sounds like a good idea. Oh man, we need auto battle. Put this into town, skip tutorial. Drawing the UI in script instead of just using a sprite. I think there are reasons to do UI through scripts, and I think there are reasons to do it through an engine. Like here we add in skills based on the character class. If we didn't do this through a script, we would need like 7 different scroll panel things here that we have, or skill panels, and that would just be really tedious. So adding them through code here makes sense. But then for something that's the same for everything, like this, might as well just do this through the engine. Because you could add a back to game and a settings button and a save game button and set all their styling and text correctly, but like there's just no point. All right, so we should have auto battle, and now it'll hopefully not be broken. This is fine. We need to let them win. We still can't disable it, so something's wrong. Oh boy. All right, let's go find out what's wrong then. Where's the end battle screen? Need a breakpoint here. Now we wait. It'll get hit within 10 seconds. There it is. Okay, so what is this set to? Adventurers? Because they're in battle? What? Can start battle. Is that not the case? I mean, I guess not. Evaluation of native methods is not supported. Okay, fine, whatever. We'll just put this here. False. How did this ever work? Oh man, I think I know what happened. They don't want to PoE makes the skill tree manually. Just I'll plop this one here. I'll put that one there. I think you just walked through my town. I probably did. I just love those blue potions. Hiked 20 kilometers today. Gonna go climbing in a bit. Time for a nap. Keep talking to lull me to sleep. What time is it for you? I guess it's not too late. All right, I'll keep talking. Go to sleep, Ramy. My reason that it saves on file size, which for my small puzzle game won't make a big difference, but in larger projects could add up. Every asset generated in code instead of stored in a file adds up to size savings. I think I see what you mean. Like, let's say you had some, I don't know, just like a grid or something. If you were to draw an image of a grid, it would take up however many kilobytes, right? But if you generate this through code, it's going to be 5 lines of code. I would say don't go too far in that direction, because probably it doesn't matter if there's an extra 10 megabytes of assets, and probably your assets are not going to be that big for UI. So it unless the goal is try to like one of those very, very small game challenges where you have to cram it into like 10 kilobytes or something, I don't think it's going to matter. So do what's best for development velocity. Yeah. Much more than just using a draw box call. Yeah. Yeah. But like I said, what's the point in the end? I think probably most gamers nowadays think of game downloads in terms of like just general sizes. If you think of it as like small or medium or large. As in, no one's probably going to care that a game is 110 megabytes versus 160 megabytes, but they will care that it's 100 megabytes versus like 10 gigabytes. And I don't even think you'd add 50 megabytes by that technique that you're talking about. So anyway, if there's some other reason for you doing it, great, awesome, go for it. But if that's the only reason, you just do whatever's fastest for your development. Keep pressing escape to close. Yeah. I think we need to prioritize that. And I've got some feedback that we're going to go through here. And yeah, need to prioritize pressing escape to close dialogues. Optimize early, optimize often. I find that is counter to most general advice, which is never prematurely optimize. And one of the big reasons for this, by the way, is you don't know what's going to stay in your product or your game. So for example, let's say I had optimized, I don't know, whatever, item selling in this thing, and then we scrapped the entire shop mechanic. It's like, well, all that work I spent optimizing would have been wasted. But also when you optimize stuff, sometimes it leads to slightly less maintainable code. Maybe you need to have more classes for caching or for I don't know, like, yeah, any number of things, generating textures. I recognize it's your project. I'm just saying, I think general advice seems to be counter to that. All right, so it's that they can't re-enter a battle. And what did this used to have? I probably just never called this function beforehand. Can start battle. This is not what I want. I want the older version of this. History. I'm using a codeless engine, so not optimizing enough does actually slow down the engine. Yeah, but I think that threshold is different from where you might think it is. Like, sure, I wouldn't end up coding an algorithm that's like O of n to the third, but if you have something that's O of n squared, let's say, and you have like n is always gonna be less than 10, that's probably not gonna make any difference for your game. Anyway, like I said, it's your game, it's your thing that you're doing. I just these seem like questionable decisions to me, and if it all pans out for you in the end, that's great. Don't listen to me, but it seems fishy. All right, yeah, I got to go back through here. This one. And we view the file over here. There it is, view file. Can start battle. So what happened? This is only on adventurer battle state changed. And it only changes when another party would have influenced this one. So we need to know that they can't start because they're in this battle, I guess. Yeah, I think that's the problem. We need to know that the reason why they can't start a battle is because of this battle. This is gonna be tough. If they're in a battle, if they're in a lobby, if they're walking a portal, if they're in a portal. Okay, let me think about that. If they're in a battle, you wouldn't even see this. I guess that doesn't matter. In the battle lobby, this is the in-between state where an adventurer just got done with the battle and is set to auto battle. They won't show up in town, but they're not exactly in another battle yet. And where is in portal used? They really should have written that down too. This is the next stage of being in the battle lobby, I think. Enter portal. What calls this? When they reach the portal. So wait a sec. Oh, they're in the town and they haven't started a battle yet. Okay. I see. I should probably write that down here too. Although I still don't know how we're going to fix this bug, but I want to have these things set correctly. This is when an adventurer was in the town walking to the portal to start a battle and finally made it to the portal. The battle may not have started yet if they're still waiting for other party members. All right. And is walking to portal, I think, is pretty clear. Also, admittedly, excuse to learn how to do this stuff when if ever needed. I know it's not required and it's slowing down my current project. Yeah, and this is why I always say you can have a goal and it doesn't necessarily need to be the same as someone else's goals, but then your action should be working toward those goals. So I kind of always talk about game dev for this. If your goal is to learn or to have fun, then you can do whatever and you can still be learning or having fun. And if your goal is to make a product, then you can't really do whatever. You need to do something that the market demands to some extent, or else your product's not going to be successful. I mean, this is just like basic product selling. So yeah, if you're trying to figure out how to do this stuff, by all means, that's a good reason, and I'm not going to argue with that. But yeah, if your goal were just like have strong development velocity and make a product in the end and sell it, then I would say it's probably not serving that goal. Okay, so the thing we used to do here, this is the code we used to have. We only did this when the battle state changed. We used to only care about this when the battle state changed. So we could do something like that. We could figure out that they joined another battle. But I think this is going to be very, very difficult. Let me write down my general ideas. Option 1, keep track of any time an adventurer state changes and cache that value. Option 2, always be able to figure out whether an adventurer can't start a battle because of the current battle. All right, so let me think about this. They are in another window. And okay, there's another option we might have here, which is option 3. If auto battle is already enabled, then is already on, then make sure the button is always enabled, because it means that you would be disabling it. Yeah, that would work. That would address both of these things, because nothing else could interrupt that. Okay. Gotcha, Pressel. Roger that. How's it going? Oh, I don't like this idea, though. I feel like this is going to be weird. Good, thanks for asking. What about you? I'm doing well. I'm feeling pretty good. There's a lot of work to do, but we're chipping away at it. What is this here? I think this actually should have still been there. Okay. Let's try this out and just kind of see what happens. This might end up being a bad idea. So basically, if auto repeat is on, how do we figure out if that's the case? Auto repeat button. There should be some check. Oh, it's a check button. Yeah, that's it. Okay, and how do we figure out if it's on? Button pressed. Yeah, so if this is pressed, then just return no reason. If auto battle is already on, then we know that you should be able to repeat the battle. And then this has one extra case here. Yeah. All right, let's try that. It just seems risky. Like, and part of the reason it seems risky is I know for sure there was a bug where people could not start a battle in this most recent build, but I don't know the cause of it. I don't care about these breakpoints right now. And I don't know if we're exacerbating it by doing this. So here we go. We can turn off auto battle. All right, that was, I think, never possible before this. Oh, and then repeat battle goes away. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. All right, so we got to wait for this battle to end. And then we should be able to turn off auto battle or repeat it. And so I can turn this off, and it actually should stop. The rogue is there. Yep. Interesting. We can't turn on auto battle that way. All right, and then the other one is if we hit repeat battle immediately. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's working. Whew. I'm glad I thought of that. All right, so this is just add a clarifying comment. Add a clarifying comment. And this is to fix a bug. Fix bug with disabled auto or disabled battle repeat buttons, I guess. At the end of a battle, we used to check whether the adventurer state changed so we could tell that. Oh, actually, we did not test that here, did we? So I need to try making the rogue enter a different battle. And then I cannot auto battle here. And if I cancel that, I didn't hit it in time. Now we can enable it here. Can't click this. Win that battle. Stop this one. Repeat it over here. Cancel that. Yeah, it looks like everything's working. Oh, no, this still says your party is walking to the portal. Oh, because when you turn off, you never used to be able to turn off auto battle there. So we just need to get rid of the your party is walking to the portal thing. Your party is walking to the portal. Hey, TJ. How goes it for you? This set is walking to portal. I mean, you set this to false when you turn off auto battle. And where do we turn off auto battle? Auto battle. Turn off auto battle. Here it is. What calls this? Failed to start and edit party. Idle in the idle game. I couldn't repro the bug either. That's totally fine. Yeah, I've got to eventually figure that out. All right, there is something I don't understand here. Why don't we always do this? It says you're no longer walking in the portal. The repeat button's disabled state. Would be set to false? Yeah, so it's not disabled, and walking a portal would not be visible anymore. Yeah, this is all what I want to use. I'm just not sure why these are separate then. Yeah, I think we get rid of this. We put it in here instead. And then call turn off auto battle when you, or maybe that gets called automatically. I don't think so though. It's auto repeat toggled, I think. Yeah, I think we need to put it in here. I'm not sure why these are separate. I don't think this is going to work the way I wanted it to. Yeah, it's not going to work because I need to put this in here. Turn off auto battle. Is this going to be an infinite loop? Yes. Oh, man. There. How'd the launch go? It was good. We got a lot of feedback. I think there's some good stuff to prioritize. Feedback is some combination of opinions and bugs they found and suggestions, which I guess you could kind of say are just opinions. So anyway, like bugs, features, just general kind of opinions. And a lot of times there are ways that people use your product or game that are not the way that you use them. And you find out very different things based on that. There are a lot of things that came up. I spent most of the weekend just filing feedback. And now we have to address them. And some of them are things that I just never really thought about too much. Like, well, what should I say as an example here? Through these issues. Yeah, I guess something kind of like this. When you beat a boss in the game right now, it shows you a giant banner over the screen that says this. level up, your adventurers have another skill point to spend. And people read this and they recognize that this is there and they internalize this for a second, but it's a very, like, there's a lot of stuff that's going on at once at any time in the game, and then they forget that. So what frequently happens is, however many adventurers they had, like let's say I unlock all of these, they all have a skill point now. So skill points 1, skill points 1, skill points 1. And the game doesn't remind you after that giant banner that you have that skill point. So people will sometimes forget, and then like 5 minutes will pass and they'll be like, oh, why do I have a skill point here? Oh yeah, that banner showed up. Then they remember. So what I think we need to do is we need to detect that all of your adventurers have an unspent skill point since you won the boss battle, and then wait like 2 minutes maybe, and then say like, hey, did you know you have a skill point you can spend? In fact, it even tells you on this tooltip I got, you have 7 adventurers with an unspent skill point. So little things like that, it's like the game is working as intended, but people are still hitting an issue. So yeah, we need to nudge them. Okay, do we fix this? Win, do that, turn that off. Nice. Okay, that is working now. Now what happens if we... No, there is no other way to do that. Does that stop them from going there? So repeat battle doesn't stop them from going there. I think that's a little weird. Maybe icons of skill points in the layout. Yeah, I think that'll help. We have these little dots underneath that represent how many skill points you have. So the more dots that you see, the more unspent skill points you have. But those aren't super obvious. The other thing that's not super obvious is that the color of the name is changing, but that's pretty subtle. So this one's red, this one's green. So yeah, we need just a more obvious icon for sure. But my point is the same. Like, these are things where I thought, oh, we do have ways of that in the game, but they're not obvious enough or they're not repeated. And it's not a problem on the player's part. It's like, yeah, we need to fix that. And we just haven't yet. Is there any UI to say where to get more blue potions from? I know it's the first zone, but I don't remember where the red ones are. Yeah, it's in here. If you hover over these, it'll say small blue potion as a reward. Here it says ogre blood. If you're not seeing that and you know you've beaten a location, it's because of a different bug where when you load the game, it doesn't populate these again. In which case, if you just beat it one more time, it'll show you. And I know these should be icons. And I know that over here in the tavern, these should be, when you hover over this, it should just tell you where you find this. Yeah, so we will eventually address both of those things and make this a lot easier. Because probably you tried hovering over this and probably you tried looking for icons. Yeah, both of those things are going to be addressed. Okay, there is one other little thing I want to write here, which is that if you close a battle that you'd press repeat battle on, it'll still start the battle when the party makes it to the portal. But we fixed the other issue here, so I think we can check in this. This is good, yeah. Technically, this change is slightly different. Anyway, we used to check whether the adventurer would say change so we could tell whether to disable the repeat buttons. However, now we may, or we recently changed disallowed repeating elites without the perk. So there are now 2 high-level reasons for why you wouldn't be able to repeat a battle. As such, adventurers were marked for battle. When auto repeat was on, those adventurers were marked for battle, but it was the current battle, and we didn't consider that in our, I guess, calculation of the disabled state of the buttons. Okay, so to fix this, we now allow you to click the repeat buttons if they were already enabled. Yeah. Okay, now that last part was when you press the repeat button. Wait, there's some like eject from the portal thing, right? Where is that? Where does that happen? Besides walking the portal, false. That's not exactly what I want. There's a close button. Need to free the adventurers from the portal. What? What? No, something's wrong here. Well, how do we... I don't know how we eject them from the portal. I think there's some other listener somewhere. That dragon. That dragon indeed. Create instance slot. Something else must call this. Create instance slot. What is this one? Create instance slot. Cancel. Walking to portal dot on cancel. Well, well, well. What calls that? On cancel button pressed. That's not exactly what I want. Man, I don't know where this is happening right now. You click auto battle and you click close and it will not start them battling again. What does that? There must be an on close here or something, right? I'm gonna find this. Thanks for the lull. Are you asleep now? Oh, it could be this. In fact, it's very likely this. Oh my god. Okay, that was obvious. Slot dot clear, queue free, closed instance slot async. We free this. Does this know when you dispose it? The Explorer's Insights dialogue is humorously vague. Yeah, we need to fix a couple of things to that. I'm going to change the entire function of the Explorer too. Right now, the Explorer is there for hints. I want to change it so the Explorer is there to just lower the difficulty of boss fights, which I think is better than providing you with hints, because the hints could be... The way I look at it is if you consider the boss fight to be a puzzle, then hints are the solution. And that's not really fun. I think it's better to slightly lower the difficulty. And I mean, ideally, that's what a hint is doing for a puzzle, but just not in a game like this. Oh, back from Napland. Oh, that was pretty quick. I am still turned around here and that I can't find this. And I'm very surprised because I don't know where this is happening from. We toggle this. VS Code. VS Code. Also, there's an update I should probably get. Get VS Code update. All right, let's just trace through the code because, yeah, I can't tell what's doing this. It's when you close a battle, we're somehow stopping a party from going to the portal. And yeah, what is causing that to happen? I mean, I guess it's got to be the auto repeat toggle thing. Wonderful to sleep. Waking up part is so horrible. Thirsty, hungry, head hurts. What I find works pretty well is drink a lot of water, set an alarm or a timer for like plus 20 to 40 minutes, and then nap. And yeah, it's not a long enough time to feel groggy. You will have had water, so you won't be thirsty. I think that works pretty well. Okay, so we auto battle and close. So this is true. We go into here. It is not toggled on, so we stop the timer. Does any of this stuff eject you from the portal? Like, what does this? There's this function, and that's it. Now, there's got to be something else, right? This one. Yeah, here. Let's hit the play button. Okay, where is it getting called from? Free adventurers from battle, and that's getting called from. Aha. Aha. Yeah, so we just need to call this when you close the battle. I don't know why we don't do that. In fact, anytime we dispose this, we should do that. Oh, wait, no, they've got to be in this battle for me to do that. Oh. Oh. If it's null, then just return. Oh my God, this is something I should have been doing the entire time. Oh boy. Okay, so I think we can just call that, right? Free adventurers from battle. And then we're done. Wow, that's a good change. I drink more than my kidneys are supposed to handle. 20-minute mark usually works, but even the slightest nap and I lose the night's sleep. Do you have caffeine a lot? Or maybe not even a lot, but do you have caffeine after like noon? Because this is one of the big reasons I stopped having caffeine. I was very, very sensitive to it. Only in the mornings and not every day. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be a bunch of things, but I think those are the obvious ones. Yeah. Yeah, 2 hours after you wake up. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be affecting you then late in the day. But yeah, like I said, I was one of those people where if I had caffeine, I was just like wired for a long time. And when my wife has caffeine, she'll have it at like 8 p.m. or something, and she'll just be like, "Ah, I'm fine. I'm gonna go to sleep now." I don't know how she does it. All right, so we hit repeat and then close, and then they stop going there. And hopefully that doesn't cause any issues. This is actually a place that's probably worth having tests for because we have caused issues in the past with this. So if I turn on auto battle here and put the rogue into that fight, which we won't be able to do until we turn it off here. I never actually fled the fight. I'm reading the word flee and trying to say it in the past tense. Yeah, looks good. Flee that fight. Go to this one. Cancel that. Go over to here. Close. Nope. Drat. I missed it. Trying to do that in time. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's working. She can sleep in any state. Hey, Supportic. Does give me migraines when I don't have it. I mostly have decaf now. Yeah. Yeah, the reason I mentioned this about testing and why we don't have tests right now, and I've kind of said this before, is we didn't know that this game is even going to launch. And now, okay, we have reasonable confidence it's going to launch, but like, will there be players? Like, is testing going to save us time or is it going to add time? Tests are pretty much never worth it if they're going to have no impact, right? Like if your product never launches, then yeah, you shouldn't have written tests. It's not going to matter. If it launches and you have 5 customers, it's probably not going to matter. If it's slowing down your development velocity because you keep running into bugs, it might matter. Or if there's an impact from a bug that could have been caught through a test and then 10 customers lose their data or something like that, yeah, then it could matter. So I think that's pretty much what's playing into this. Testing will save you debugging even if you help. I think it can save you debugging. I think you can also run into a case where you write a test for code that just never has any bugs and it doesn't actually save you from debugging. Like you need to be testing the right thing. And if you test everything, yes, then it will almost certainly save you from debugging. But like, was it worth it to test all of that stuff? I think I think there are kind of 2 things at play here. One is there's a general philosophy that tests are good. And I agree with this. And 2 is trying to launch a product. So I think there are probably few people in chat who have like successfully launched a hobby project that ended up selling. And as a result, that trying to launch a product stresses and priorities are maybe lost a little bit there. And if you work on an existing product and you already have customers, then yeah, I'd be in the mindset that I should be adding tests too. Not certain with the code base of a game, but I can imagine it's hard to test. Yeah, one of the things about a game that's typically that makes it a little bit tough is that you typically have a lot of the game engine code possibly intertwined with your regular code. So then it's like, well, do you need the game running? But even then, you can do that. It's just, it'll take a little longer. Anyway, yeah, like I said, I do think it's probably worth having some tests around starting battles and stuff. I don't know when we're going to have that be the top priority. Hey, Snorkel Dev. I enjoy writing tests. Yeah, I don't think the act of writing tests is too bad once you have fixtures. I think writing the fixtures can be very tough sometimes. But again, think of what tests are there to do. Tests are there to ensure quality, potentially like save some time, and I guess give you confidence, which is part of the ensuring quality thing when making changes. And yeah, it's possible it doesn't do one of these things, and it's possible it does these things for no reason, like I said. Again, if you are making a game and you have 3 people play your game, doesn't matter how well tested that game was. It was a commercial failure. All right, so we're gonna check that in. 3 adventurers from battle. It's only if you had a party in transit. Wait, did I test? There was one other thing I wanted to try out here. Turn this off. Let's start another battle with a rogue. And now I want this one to be auto battling. And I want to close this window. We need to win that battle. Yeah, perfect. Okay, everything's working. Previously, if you had just clicked repeat battle, it wouldn't free the party from being in transit. So the battle would still, well, and then close that battle window. The party would still go to fight. I think this was unexpected. There we go. Asserts are nice too. I count those as tests. I don't really, I think if they're like developer facing asserts only, I think they can be sort of like tests. And we have some of those. Like, let's say we manifest an item ID and we type something here like whatever, ice sword equals 3. It will detect that this has not had any data manifested for it and then tell us about that. So there are some little kind of assurances. I wouldn't say they're exactly tests. Congrats, Shane. You're a Dragon Slayer now. All right, give VS Code update. Let's go do that. Update. And now we wait. I think a progress bar should show up. Yep. And then hopefully it launches with the patch notes. But it doesn't always, and I need to look them up myself. November. What? What? Maybe they didn't do a December update because of holidays? Yeah. I think I've looked at most of that stuff then already. They used to do a monthly update. I don't know if they're still doing a monthly one. Or like I said, if they just skipped December. Okay, so we're done with that. I can't disable auto battle. We're done with that. Corrupted textures. Okay, this is the worst. Corrupted texture. Yeah, it's so bad. And apparently we just need to change the rendering driver for this. I'm guessing we can do this in the project. Renderer, if I typed it correctly. Rendering method forward plus or GL compatibility. Let's open the documentation for this. High-end renderer designed for desktop devices. Has a higher base overhead but scales well with complex scenes. Not suitable for older devices or mobile. Modern renderer designed for mobile devices. Has a lower base overhead. Does not scale well to large scenes with many elements. Low-end renderer designed for older devices. Rendering method. We're using rendering driver, not rendering method. Can we open this? Yeah, nice. Okay. I don't even know if I knew that button was there. Okay. Driver is what I want to search for. Okay, that's apparently not what I want to search for. I want to search for this so I don't find extra stuff. Here it is. Set the driver to be used by the renderer when using a rendering device-based renderer like Forward Plus or mobile. This property can't be edited directly. Set using the platform-specific overrides. It can be overridden using that command line argument. Actual rendering driver may be automatically changed by the engine as a result of a fallback or user-specified command line argument. Interesting. What can these be? Vulkan, and then the Direct 3D Metal OpenGL, and setting it to OpenGL 3 is what we need. This is so spooky to me because this is like the worst bug you can have. If you're trying to show this game in a YouTube video or something and all the buttons look like this, it looks like an amateur game. So we need to fix this, and by changing the rendering driver to OpenGL, it works. We could just do this for everybody. But then what are we giving up by doing that? And what happens if Vulkan would have worked for you? So let's try getting this and see what this is set to. Town, skip tutorial, let's put this here, gd.print. Okay, and it is get current, maybe it's in GD. Get current. Man, where does this come from? Rendering server. Ah, there it is. Current rendering driver name. Yeah, is this a function? Yes. Rendering driver. Okay, what is that set to for me? Still baffled as to why it's only that texture. Maybe there's something wrong with it. It's just, that's true. Why is it that texture? And what could be different about that compared to the other ones that we have? Take care, Shane. Again, good job on the dragon. It showed up correctly in the adventurer hire dialogue. I don't know. Where's the... Okay, which texture is it? It's that one. Which is, I think, board 1. Unless it's like a weird color thing in here. But no, it didn't pop up a dialog when I opened GIMP, and a lot of times it does that. It could also be how we use it in a 9-patch rectangle, maybe. Maybe the margins are like larger than the button or something. Anyway, what did this print out? Rendering driver is metal. So for me on Mac OS, rendering driver is metal. Is anyone in chat right now that played the game and had this issue? I wonder if I sent you a build, if you could tell me what your rendering driver is. Is that a barcode? Yep. If you scan it, it just shows you a skull. Are you on Mac? I was going to say try it. I can make a Windows build if you're saying that you could try it, but yeah. Ticket mentions Vulkan driver. Which ticket? Oh, yeah. It could be that. Excuse me, but I don't know for sure what people were using exactly. Let me take a look at no, not there. Rendering driver corruption. Black artifacts on AMD GPU. I wonder if this is similar to what I'm experiencing. What do they have here? It's not really the same. Switching to DX12 does solve this. Yes, it's nice to know that what you're doing is going to be appreciated, but there's also a lot of feedback. Engine crashes, random visual artifacts. A lot of these people are doing 3D stuff. That's spooky. Shader errors, multi-threading. What is this? I get to merge 5 PRs a day. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if this specific issue has come up before. Maybe what I should do is make a minimal repro of this. But the problem is it doesn't repro for me, so I need to get someone else to run my minimal repro. Ugh. This is I don't like this. I don't like this at all. And I do have a Windows machine, but it probably won't repro there. It seemed like most people had AMD video cards. I'm not going to buy a machine just for that. Morning, Mars. Happy Tuesday. Why does their card not support Vulkan? It's probably that it doesn't support Vulkan. It's probably just that there's some weird edge case. Because, like, the rest of the game renders fine. And actually, this is something like Pige was playing the game yesterday. His game looked like this, too. Oh, actually, he mentioned something about HDR on his monitor. I've never even heard of that. But I wonder if there's some other setting that's causing this. But I wonder what that would be. Okay, let me look at the people who had said this. Are they there in chat? No. Okay, well, that's too bad. Yeah, I think we're just gonna force the renderer to be OpenGL until we can figure out a better way to solve this. So what is this? Rendering method? Rendering method. There's no way to change the render driver? Rendering device? Driver, here it is. It's at the Vulkan for everything. Oh, interesting. So we could just change this. OpenGL3. Yeah, we pretty much have to change it for everything though. Someone even hit it on Mac. Did I write that down for them? Yeah, MacBook Pro. I wonder if that supports Metal. Is that what most games on Steam are doing when you have to install OpenGL at launch? I don't know what that would be. Yeah, I don't know what that would be. How do you tell if this supports Metal? Hi, Abby. MacBook Pro support for Metal. Hi. Yes, you're a cat. Support. Okay, so it's only newer devices, I guess? She just opened a tab. Whoa, sliding down. Oh my God, this is absolutely adorable. She lays down on my lap and then like puts her paw and her head on my arm, and it's fine and cute at first, but then even a little cat paw and head gets pretty heavy when you're trying to use a computer. What's their macOS version? Who was this? This was It's Niche. Are they in chat right now? No. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there it is. 14.6.1. That is the newest, right? Sonoma is 14. All right, I don't know, but I think changing this to OpenGL should fix everything. It's just, it might make other things worse. Should we just change this on everything? Oh, you can't? What? When does this get used? Ow, 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 ow. Cat. She's trying to lick her paw, so her paws are like gripping onto my skin for purchase. And it hurts. Windows override. How do I delete this? Oh. What? How did I even do that? Oh, I typed in a new value and then it let me... What? I don't understand how I'm getting rid of these things. Okay. I don't know if I did that right. Running non-HDR content, HDR mode colors may be washed out. Yeah, but why would that get picked up by OBS? If it's just a monitor issue, it should just be what the person in front of the computer sees, right? Pies was streaming and said something about HDR, and the colors did look washed out. Does a 2D game benefit from Forward Plus? I don't know. Yeah, all I know is that we have these texture corruptions, and I don't know what we can really do about this. Because here's what I was thinking. What if we just left everything the way that it is, and at startup, we render... Where's the picture? I probably closed it. Okay. Corrupted texture. Ow. Abby. Okay, what if we rendered a button that you couldn't see, and if we saw artifacts on it, we change the renderer ourselves? So basically, we just try rendering this texture, and we check for bars. Like, could we even do that? Is it going to think that all these are fine, and then the graphics card gets it, and it's like, oh, these are bars, so that we have no way of detecting it? So those are the kinds of things I'm wondering about. Oh, Windows does try to draw differently. Yeah. Yeah, so I think we just need to change this to OpenGL for everything. Let's try restarting this and see what happens. Can you change graphics engines without a restart? Actually, that's true. You might not be able to do that. All right, let's run this. Is it possible that it's set up in a weird way? It is possible, but I think we do the same thing for all of the buttons, and it's only certain buttons that happens for. It's still saying that I'm using metal for this. That does not sound good. That definitely doesn't sound good. Yeah, I didn't actually delete these things. Can we not modify that? I don't understand. OpenGL3. We can't change it for these? Copy property value. Does that work? It doesn't? Do I have to restart this? Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. No, it doesn't let me override this. Why? What? Okay, let's search for that. Can't override this. Override rendering device. Compilation fails when passing Vulkan. No. Like the way the alpha is compressed might be different. Yeah, I could look into this stuff. I think what would really, really help is if I had a computer where this repro'd so that I could just test this myself, because then I could make a bunch of changes. Right now, since I don't have a repro for it, I need to just make some blind changes here and hope that they're going to work. I mean, we could pull up that file and see if there's anything special about it. I think we said it was board 1. Yeah, board 1. And board 2 doesn't have a problem. So is there anything different about this? Here are the import settings. Let's take a picture of this. Put this into here. So this is the one that is broken. And then here's one that is fine. I'm assuming they're the same. Yes. They're the same. Okay, so the import settings are the same. The textures themselves could be a little bit different. Do they always see the buttons like that, or does it change on runtime? No, they always see it like that, I'm pretty sure. Godot supports metal rendering via molten VK. Oh, why did you link this, Supportic? I might be not understanding this. By setting Vulkan, you get metal. No, I get that. The thing I was asking is, why can't I override this to something else? Like, I have the driver set to OpenGL, but I can't override any of the other ones here. And I don't understand that. Maybe I have to change. Maybe I have to change this to be GL compatibility. I could set the same launch arguments. Actually, that's true. I guess I could export the build in such a way that it just passes a command line argument. Yeah. All right, let's try running this. Did that work? Yeah, now it says OpenGL3. And I'm guessing we're not going to actually see any difference here. Yeah. Okay, well, that might work. That might be fine for this. Yeah. Now we're on compatibility mode. All right, well, that's, I think, what we're going to do for now. And just mark this, hopefully, finished. And we don't need this in here. Shouldn't have had any impact anyway. Change renderer and driver. When using the defaults, certain people were getting corrupted textures. Yeah. See 615. Fixes 615. I unfortunately don't have a device where this repros myself, or I could try a bunch of different solutions. E.g. changing textures, trying to detect this, and switching renderers automatically, etc. She cut me? God, she just like licking herself, totally oblivious to her claws piercing into my skin. Okay, yeah, that's it. I think we'll see what happens as a result of this. If people talk about performance issues or they talk about, I don't know, other texture corruptions, then we'll have to do something about it. I mentioned this in the commit that fixed this by changing renderers. But I don't have a device where this repros, so it's really hard to test different solutions. It's weird to me that this only happened with a single texture, and apparently it only happened in a specific situation. Where did Kevin say that? Yeah, here it is. So this is probably worth investigating again in the future. In the meantime, hopefully using OpenGL3 isn't going to have any downsides. All right. You accidentally apply a modulate on the texture button. So here's the thing. Without a repro, all of these theories I just can't test. Like, why would we only see this on this style of button, but not on the other ones? Like, I don't have an answer for that. And even if we thought, okay, well, we are applying a modulate that's different, if I change it myself, I still can't test to see if that's the case. So we'd still need to go find somebody else who's having this repro for them and then ask them, hey, did this fix it? Did this fix it? Did this fix it? And then, yeah, keep trying stuff. So, yeah, any theories we have are just kind of, it doesn't really matter too much unless we can find someone who has this happen. Were you able to run OpenGL on your Mac? Yeah. All I had to do was change the renderer. That's all. And we did that. And now it says that it's rendering with OpenGL. Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Okay, what's next? Decided against a vlog since I can wait, but the game should be as good as possible. Yeah, I was originally going to do a vlog today. I'll hold it off on that. Need to prioritize pressing escape to close dialogues. Do we have an issue on this? Normally I would take a break right now, but the cat's on my lap, and that means that I can't take a break. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this now. Yeah, sign this to myself. I really do want to take a break. Why do you have to sit on me? Why cat? Why? Actually, let me share a picture I took the other day of Katzo being in perfect harmony. Look at this little creature. I took a picture of a picture so I don't share any personal information here. She is so adorable. What a good little cat. Abby is a tough manager. Hey, develop it. What breed is it again? It's just a calico cat. They're, I guess, technically a tabby breed, but calico is just a coloration. W cat. She is so happy right now to be on my lap. Yeah, I really like her colors. Yeah, said we've had her for about a year. We were not planning on getting a cat. My wife, just as a surprise to me, took me to a cat cafe, knowing that I like cats, and she was bored to tears. And then she finally pet Abby. She's like, I like this cat. Okay, so where are we going to do this? Let's search for UI cancel, I think. Yeah. This is game settings menu. Shouldn't we just do this everywhere? I'm pretty sure this should be really, really simple. Let's go open up the skill tree because I think people probably want this to happen everywhere. I don't know for sure. Do we have unhandled input here? We don't. All right, let's just override it here. And that's it. Apparently we already have a close function, so this is done. All right, let's try it out because then we just need to apply this to like 3 other dialogues. Is it actually available on GitHub or are you just using that for bug reports, feature requests? When you say available on GitHub, it is on GitHub, but it's a private repo. So it's available for the people who have access to it, but it's not an open source project or anything. Even the issue tracker is not public. Okay, so now we open this and press escape. Yeah, it's closing it. That's exactly what I want. Yep, cool. All right, let's get to work with the battle panel. Yeah, private repo. There's nothing here. Let's put this here. Done, easy. Let's go try that out. Yeah, there are games I've worked on that I made the repos public, even if they weren't licensed to be used, because they're just not that important. But yeah, I don't think it'd be easy to make a single player game that you're selling and you also have be open source. I think a lot of people would be like, oh, that looks fun. I'll just go download it and build it, right? And I know there are some games that do that. There's some like Google Play app called Pixel Dungeon, Shattered. It's something like this. Shattered Pixel Dungeon. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. And I think they have a GitHub. I don't know if this is a paid app, but a ton of people have forked this and made their own version of this. I don't know what they did for monetization though. Hey, Paj. Paj, I want to check something. Are you at the computer you were playing Skeleseller on by any chance? Yeah, you are? Okay. Can I send you another build and see if it fixes the corrupted textures? Because you were playing and you had all of these things broken. Is there? Oh, darn it. Do you see those lines? Yeah. Are those new? I think they might be new. Hang on a second. Is this part of the graphic? No. Send away. Yeah, give me a sec. Let me look at this first. They don't show up in the editor. Oh man, this is probably switching to OpenGL that did this. I'm sorry, Kat, I didn't mean to spook you. Oh no. No. Where do we override the theme here? Here it is. Close button. Oh, this is part of the panel though. Texture, texture margin, expand margins. Is it set to stretch? It is set to stretch. Can we set it to tile? No. That's not even for the right thing though. I'm not sure why that just happened. Because this is just for the panel, right? Oh, I am seeing some weird lines here. Well, I guess even the engine is using the different renderer. Tile fit. Yeah, that's like what it's rendering as. Is as though it's using tile fit. Better have an export template with the launch argument. Well, I'd like to see what we're going to be inflicting on any players. So if we see these lines, we know that they would see these lines as well. Presley, you might be looking for specs. Yeah, specs. Check out the specs command. Is that going to lag everything? Yes, it does lag everything. All right, well, how about this? I'll still export the build. Does anything else look terrible? It's literally just that. Do battles look fine? This stuff looks fine. I don't see any weird artifacts there. On the opening scene tutorial, the character walking on a black line. Yeah, that's been fixed. That was reported a lot and was very unfortunate that it happened. Yeah, it's literally only on this menu, which I'm willing to accept black vertical lines that are kind of subtle on this menu for now. But in the future, yeah, we got to fix those. Okay, so let me upload a build for Page to try out. Let me just see here. Releasing project.godot 0.5.2. Yep, this is 0.5.3. Bump that. Sinistella, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? When's this game going to be good? It was as soon as you speed ran it. Yeah, let's just bump that. Bump version. So this will come with a couple of these changes that I made too, which I didn't even test. Because I wasn't done. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going, cat? Are you going to step on the keyboard? Are you going to step on both keyboards? She stepped on the piano. Okay. Yeah, nice. Okay. Thanks, Bix. It's gone a bit. Time to be active again. Well, welcome back. And thanks for the resub. Depending on their OS and the actual OpenGL driver, I think that the driver for OpenGL and Apple processors is not very good. People use Metal there anyway. But in Intel chips, it should be fine. That's a good point. Okay, so how about this? For now, I'll upload this, but then we'll make the change. What I do here, nothing. All right, export. Actually, we just need to export the Windows one really, but I'll just export them all. Yeah, I'll do this. We should provide the renderer as a command line argument. And on Mac OS, it should probably be set to Metal or Vulkan. It could still result in corrupted textures. Because even in, I don't know where that issue went, even in the original issue, one person was on Mac. Such a shame. Did it build? No, it's almost done. Hi, Ojun. All right, I think it's finished. So now let's go upload these things. Yep. All right, tools, upload to itch. Where does it say what is pushing? Oh, Mac, and then yeah, so Windows should be online, but let me make sure first. Edit game, because it can take upwards of a minute to show up here. Skeleseller win updated yesterday at 4:19. Yeah, we gotta wait for this to be right now. Okay, there it is. Okay, so Pige, do you mind trying it out and just make sure when you launch that the string at the bottom here says 0.5.3. So as long as that's a 3, then it should show you hopefully non-corrupted buttons. I don't see why this wouldn't fix it, but it's possible that it doesn't. Anyway, I'm not going to wait around for that because that might take a little while. Let's go back up to here. So pressing escape to close dialog. So which ones haven't we done this for? We did it for the skill thing. We did it for this. I don't think we should do it for this. Yeah, I think you can just press close on that. Anything else? I think that's all. Yeah, did people say what else they wanted it for? Menu, last dialogue, battle map, adventures. There's an etc. here, but does the etc. actually mean anything else? Did other people talk about this? Escape. Pige talked about, well, Pige didn't talk about it, I think, but I saw him trying to press escape a bunch of times. All right, well, let's check that in then. This fixed, what? Did that not? I think I actually committed that. Allow pressing escape to close dialogues. This is just for the skill tree and the battle map because I didn't find any other applicable ones. Fixes that issue. Where am I downloading from? Oh, sorry. Itch, the same place you got the original build from. So right here. Oh, it's a JavaScript link. Okay, yeah, I'll link it. I think people also want it for the dialogue system. So whenever the close button is present, we may want to support that. Yeah, that's true. I think that's a good idea. That I have written down somewhere else though, because I saw Pige trying to press enter on dialogues too. But I'll do that as a separate one. Similarly, escape should choose the close option or dismiss option. Missed so much stream time because I was spending my mornings deep cleaning in preparation for a friend to stay the weekend. You left yesterday though. Oh, nice. Was it a good visit? Figure out the pathing issue. Yeah, I did. Wait, did I? I did. I now turn off pathing for signs, and that fixed everything. Yeah. The site is drawing the top of the image under the browser UI, meaning I need to hit F11 for borderless to be able to view the image properly. When you say the site, are you talking about like skeleseller.com? Because yeah, this is a work in progress. Oh, IMR is there too. I tried the new version on Itch, and instead of corrupted textures, it now freezes after the title screen unless I run with rendering driver D3, D12. Both Vulkan and OpenGL just freeze. Hang on a second. IMR. What did you say you were using? Windows 10, AMD Radeon, old drivers. Oh God. All right, this is gonna be really, really challenging if Vulkan and OpenGL don't work for you. Freezes after the title screen. Oh man. Okay, so I think you might be in a special case here because you did say you have old drivers. Could you try updating your driver? I feel bad asking you to do that. Yeah, I know you don't want to upgrade them. Yeah. I think that's the cause of it. Okay, how about this? Could you at least tell me when are your drivers from? Which GPU? I assume, is this the GPU? I don't actually know the Radeon. Yeah, this is. Yeah. Anyway, this is the GPU then. Radeon RX 7900 XT. But yeah, drivers. Can I at least know when your drivers are from? Because yeah, I suspect this is the problem. It's nice at least that you can override this. This did fix it for somehow related to the theme this button was using. We should also take a look at it. The problem is we'd have to find one of these people and keep asking them to test stuff. Okay, some updates. Release 2023. I see. Okay. So that's good to know. It's bad that you can't play unless you switch the renderer. Although, wait a second. The default was Vulkan. How did you play the game to begin with then? Oh, maybe all I copied was that it fixes things for you. Maybe you couldn't even play the game on the original one. I think it's going to come down to using forward plus and add the launch argument. I think so too. Previous version still works. But how? What rendering drivers are you using? Just corrupts texture. Oh, I see. Okay, so the render. Okay, I got it. Okay. Let me copy this down too. Yeah, I agree. If someone's got old drivers and new drivers would fix it, then yes, I look at that as, okay, that's their choice. Some games won't work. There's a workaround. They could just apply that. I think that's okay. Let me copy what Pige said too. Menus are fixed. Yeah. Some updates after my commit. Okay, hey, APX. Not so compatible. Yeah, we gotta write this down. Sounds like we need to use the forward plus renderer. You know what? Maybe I should just produce this build now and see how this works. Okay, let's try that. Save and restart. I guess just keep the renderer set to whatever it was. We just revert that whole commit. Driver, OpenGL, delete. Delete this. Why is this even happening? Reload and reload. Okay, so we deleted that stuff. Now we're using forward plus. That weird texture on the settings screen should have gone away. Sorry, I am Ari and Pige. I might ask you to test one more build here. I'm totally with you. I am Ari. I don't think you should have to upgrade your drivers. I am gonna probably ask you to test this one more time though. All right, so now we need to, in the export settings, provide a command line argument for Windows. But who hit this on Mac? Niche, right? One more to ask for payment. It was niche. All right. I don't know. All right, how do you specify command line arguments? Advanced options? I don't know how to do this. Godot export provide command line arguments. Oh. You can't just embed this in there? I know that users can do this themselves. I thought there'd be a way of... Like 6 years ago. I thought there'd be a way of specifying this right in here. Patches, features. Maybe it's in features and we're supposed to put something in here. I'm not gonna look this up. I'm convinced I'm a failure. No, I thought okay, so I like the idea of a song. I liked your video editing. I don't play PoE 2. I think I still got the jokes and everything. But I think AI singing makes me feel like I'd rather just read it almost. But yeah, I liked it. I liked it. I enjoyed it. Export features. What is this thing? Feature tags. Can it be used for command line arguments? No. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know. Command line. I think what we would have to do is override that default renderer, but it just didn't seem to work. Hey, Thomas. Project settings. Yeah, there was the. This is stupid. Stupid. Yeah, you can't change this. I'm not even sure. I guess this is considered an advanced setting. Oh, it must be because it only shows up when you type driver. So it's under rendering normally and you just can't see it by default. Yeah. So I need to click advanced. Maybe that's why this didn't work. Maybe there's a bug in Godot. That would be nice. Where is rendering device? No, you still can't change these things. I I don't get it. Why can't you override these? And when I tried changing it, it didn't actually seem to do what I thought it would do. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do. I think we need to look into this again in the future, and that for right now, this is good enough. And the future might not even be the distant future. It's not going to be the year 2000 or anything. It's just going to be a week or two from now when I've got time to look at this. But yeah, I think we should be doing other stuff right now. Fall back to Vulkan. If I uncheck this, does that let me change this stuff? It just says if Direct 3D is not supported, it's only implemented on Windows. It's saying that it's supported and then just the textures are failing. It does let me change the driver to D3, D12. Not OpenGL. I guess you need compatibility mode to do that. That's strange. I can't even change this. Well, there were the other suggestions about. First of all, this would be really tedious to run this on like someone else's computer and say, hey, can you download the game and can you run this and run it from command line so you can see the output from the logs and like tell me about this? Because yeah, there probably is something about this button specifically, and I just don't know what it is. All right, what do we do? Yeah, I don't know what we do. I didn't even check this in. No, you're not downloading anything. It's fine. And same thing with IMRE. Sorry, I'll skip this for now, I think. Yeah, I'll skip this for now. How did the button end up looking like a barcode? I don't know. It is a mystery. Let's do this. Reload the project. Well, I think it's drivers for you, but other people were hitting this too, and their drivers were up to date. Like Pies, you don't have new video drivers, right? But I think we asked someone to upgrade in here, right? Maybe it was out of date drivers for everybody. Actually, I don't know though. I think Blub had up to date drivers though. Yeah, Blubs are up to date. Yeah, let me put that right in the issue. Upgraded my drivers a week ago, yeah. Put this here too. Yeah. Page is on. I'll just say Page is on Windows. I don't think it matters. Hey, Goose. We tried Radeon Software Pro Edition drivers. It's not just people with Radeon cards, though. That's the thing. Someone on a MacBook hit this with the integrated graphics on a MacBook. Game freezes when pressing new game. Do you have up-to-date drivers, Snorkel? Hey, Kendrick. You do. All right. Well, I'm still not sure what to do about this. Let me include this here. They have updated drivers. Oh man, yeah, I don't know what to do. So here's our current problem with the compatibility driver. Some people get stuck on the main menu, but the textures aren't broken. And without it, no one gets stuck, but the textures are broken. Maybe have accountability for these complex issues. If there are more than 4 people having it, this goes to the backlog. Otherwise, keep it in the icebox. Oh, this is a very high priority issue. If we already know a bunch of people have had it, I don't know a fix, and I'm not having the issue, so it's really hard for me to test this stuff without sending builds out and being like, okay, does this work? Does this work? Does this work? I actually do kind of wonder though, what if we just swapped out that texture for a different texture everywhere? Like, is it something about those buttons, or is it something about the texture? So yeah, what if we got rid of this and just said this is board 2? It's gonna look bad, probably, but it shouldn't look corrupted. That didn't even change anything. I guess it's not using. Oh, it's pulling by UID. Oh my God. Where's the UID for this? Here, maybe? So I need to swap that out. That might work. Need to change it in the close button theme. Or yeah, that's the other case that I'm changing this to the wrong place. Close button. I don't remember if it uses the path or the UID first. So let's try that. We only changed the path. It's possible this looks exactly the same. Yes. In which case we change the UID. And let me try this out again. Okay. Yeah, so this is a different texture. And then we switch back to the forward plus renderer. Save and restart. And then we export a build and just send it to Pige, I guess. Give me a sec. Yeah, let's build this. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. Export. Just Windows. Export. Debug. Save. Okay. Hey, Buffy. All right, let me upload this for Pige. Skeleseller game out Windows. Okay, we gotta wait for this to finish. And now we upload this. Okay, so here's the build. It is https share.bot.land/windows.zip, but it's not done uploading yet, so I won't press enter yet. It's at 40%, 50%, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. Okay, cool. Yeah, so could you try this one out? How's everything going in the feedback? It's going pretty well. We are tackling a bunch of issues, and even so far, there have already been some big fixes. We fixed a crash on exit. We fixed sprite bleeding. We are working on corrupted textures that were happening. We fixed a developer-facing issue that's been bothering us for the last year. And then some other kind of minor usability issues. Buttons not being disabled or enabled, or escape not closing something that it should have closed. I'm going to check these things in before I forget, because we already have the commit message written out. Fixed all of your game with that great feedback. Now I'm a guinea pig. When do I get title of co-developer for this thing? Oh, this is why the project has 50 people working on it, Paj. It's expanded a lot since last night. So in 10 years, and with a budget of a couple $1 million, I think this can sell about 10 copies. Yeah, by the way, Paj, if you don't have time or you don't want to try this out, that's totally fine. Because I think this is important for me, but it's certainly not important for you. So yeah, our new changes should be using the regular renderer. Oh, this is still set to OpenGL 3. I don't know if that would have had an impact. It probably would have. Oh, darn it. I don't know what this would have used. In which case, this wouldn't have tested anything. Do I need to output this again? Yeah, let's revert this. Darn it. Fine, let me output a new build. Did we discard or check whether this is caused by using 4.4? That's a good point. I don't think this was reported in 4.3. Clicking new game, crash the game, trying it twice. Yeah, hold on one sec, hold on. Sorry, I have messed up many times. Let me export this again. Save, okay. This is probably the OpenGL renderer causing a problem. Unfortunately, this is going to take like another minute to export. Yeah, Snorkel, I saw you say that the latest thing works fine for you. The problem is it works, all of the exports work fine for a lot of people, but the people it doesn't work for are the people I'm trying to focus on right now. Download immediately, crash the game. Yeah. I have the wrong renderer set up for this. And thanks for trying to take your time. I have my time sheet stamped now. Okay. New build is up and it's the same link. So if you go back to the same thing I pasted earlier, it should be the new build. And this time it almost certainly shouldn't crash. Ideally, what you'll see when you open it is, well, actually not even when you open it. I guess you have to click either load game or new game. But then the main menu, does it show anywhere else if I go to the title screen? Yeah. I guess you could just press escape on the title screen, and this button should look a little different. I don't know if that one was corrupted for you from the beginning though, so maybe just load the game and see if these look fine. And if these look fine, then it is some problem with that one texture. And we would just need to figure out what in the world is going on with that texture. It looks pretty much identical to the other ones. I don't think there's any like transparency going on. I don't even know if there's transparency in this file. There is, because yeah, we see the shadow and the outline, but I don't know if there's anything on the actual board itself. But yeah, like I said, what's the difference between board 1 and board 2 here? The size and the individual pixels. Is this only for people at the barcode? Yeah. Yeah, that's all I'm checking is just on the main menu, does it look corrupted or does it look like these style buttons? And yeah. It's barcoded again. Can you take a picture and upload it to Imager or something like that? You're saying these buttons have barcodes on them, which means it's not a texture thing, but it could be a theme thing somehow. All I did here was change this. I just changed an image, and that's it. So just make it possible for the game to update itself. There's no real reason to do that because this will eventually be downloaded on Steam, and Steam will do that. Is this updated build on itch? No, it's only on the share.bot.land link that I shared earlier. What else could there even be? It's just a texture on a button. There's nothing else. I guess there's this stuff, axis stretch, although that's set fine. And as mentioned earlier, it works for other buttons. I almost wonder if you made the button small enough, would this work all of a sudden? Game freezes on new game and load game on all rendering drivers. The main button, the menu button looks good unless I hover. When hovered, it's corrupted. Yeah, on hover, it would use a different style. It's weird that it's now freezing no matter what, though. Because now we shouldn't have a difference between this and the old build that you downloaded before I did all of this stuff. I don't want any of this stuff here. Guys, time to test the new build on my Legion Go. Okay. If I hold click, it's non-barred coded. Non-barred coded. Sent you a video. Okay, let me see the video. Yeah, interesting. Let me show everyone this video. So the button shows up fine in one case. Yeah, it could be the Godot upgrade causing a problem. The thing is, the Godot upgrade also fixed other problems and provides other features and stuff for us too. So yeah, I'm not totally sure what to do. CP5 build is not made with 4.4. Oh yeah, you're right, actually, right? When did we file that corrupted texture issue? This was 4 days ago, but I only changed the build yesterday. Yeah, so this can't be caused by 4.4. Exactly the same as I had in my old version from a few days ago. Okay, how about this? For now, let's go back to everything we had before this issue, and I will just reopen this issue. Yeah. We just changed this stuff. Rendering device / driver and rendering / rendering method. I deleted both of those, right? Yeah. What's weird is why isn't this working for IMRI at all? Why is it freezing? I don't know. I'm gonna stop this for now. I'm so puzzled by this though. Just what would cause one image to work and not the other image? You're fine for me for the intro dialog buttons, which you probably didn't change. Yeah, I only changed, well, I was only trying to change these ones because I knew for sure that these ones were corrupted. And now, if I'm understanding everyone correctly, it sounds like these ones are now fine. And it just doesn't work in some other states that we have. There's one other thing I could think about here, which is the size of these. Whoops. These are 20 by 20, and all the textures that worked for people are more than 20 by 20. So it's possible that's the problem. The hover texture was still broken, but it wasn't changed. Yeah. What is the hover texture, I wonder? Hover is this style box. This style box uses this texture. This texture is board over. Is that a tiny one? Yeah, it is. Nothing with naming convention. It shouldn't be. I don't see a difference. Yeah, board 1 doesn't work, but board 2 does work. So I don't think it's a naming thing. I think it might be a file size thing. There's a thing with textures being divisible by 4 for compression. You mean like mint mapping? I don't know if that would have an impact here. I don't even think we have min maps turned on. No, we don't even have it set to generate. Also, we don't have different zoom levels here, so we don't need that. But I don't think that would be the case. What is this fixed alpha border? Puts pixels of the same surrounding color in transition from transparent to opaque. You ever coded any Canvas games using JavaScript? Yeah, I have. I have a couple of commands to those. One is that, and the other is that. I mean, look, we could test that out. We could try just increasing this to 40 by 40 and otherwise leaving it the same. And just if that fixes it, then that fixes it. So we set canvas size here to 40 by 40. I mean, this is the only thing I know that we could do. And instead of, whoops, I want to center it. Come on, undo that. Drat. Okay, let's try that again. 40 by 40. I want this to be in the upper left so that all the margins and stuff are the same. Now we export over that same image. And I guess we export a build for this and just keep bothering everybody. Let me see if I can close Godot and whoops. And then revert this and then reopen Godot. Having trouble. W2, I don't think this is the place you should ask about that. I think if you want to ask, potentially Discord would be better, or finding some resources online. But yeah, like while I'm streaming right now, I don't think I'll be able to help you with it. And sometimes I am looking to help people out, but yeah, right now I'm like super busy. Okay, so let's try that out. This should be the exact same thing we just saw, which is that no, wait, no. We want the old buttons. And I messed these up anyway. Close button.tres. We can't search for tres though. Here it is. This should be a normal state. Here it is. And then we need to change the margins. Okay, so we added 20 pixels, so I think we need to add 20 to this and make this 32. Yeah, that looks good, right? Yeah. I messed this up. Expand margins, axis stretch. What did I do here? These should be taking up more space and they're not, which suggests to me that I still messed up these margins. Why was it ever set to 12 to begin with? Maybe that was the problem? Maybe that was the problem. These were all 12. Really means more of the source texture seems to be part of the right border. Okay, so it's not that it added up to more than 20 that mattered here. It was just how much of this stuff should be considered part of the right side of this. And in this case, this is 10 pixels. We had it set to 12, which is that much. I guess it didn't really ever need to be that much, though. It could have been stopped like there. I wonder if that on its own would have fixed this. I kind of want to try that. So we would revert the image I just changed. We would revert this. And we would change these texture margins to be a little bit lower. Decreasing left shouldn't actually matter until we hit the side pixel there, which is there. Yeah, so that's messing up. But at like even 3 or 4, it should be fine, right? Yeah, okay, there. So now what other numbers do we need for this? Probably just 3 everywhere, right? Because this corner is 3. We might want it to be 4 to go into this other colored pixel right here. Yeah, 4 should be fine. And then on the bottom, it needs to be a lot more. On the bottom, it needs to be 6, 7. So 4 on every side except for the bottom. Let's try that. 4, 4, 4, 7. Okay. These buttons look fine. Yes, except for some weird lines that are showing up. But the lines are part of the image, and that's why. We could just make this a solid background. I want those to tile, though. Why would 4 pixels not do that? Tile fit? Tile? I don't know. What are the expand margins? I don't think we want this. I don't know what this is even doing. What is causing this? I don't think it's updating here immediately. It didn't change any of this stuff. Oh my God, what am I doing? What am I doing? 4447. Okay, there it changed it. I don't know what was going on with that. All right, obviously this looks terrible. So something is wrong here, and it looks like it might be the left side. I mean, originally this was set to 12. Check the pinned message in the group chat. Oh, I know what they were. Presumably those were set to what they are. Yeah, but I want to find out what they should be. Oh, this says 3356. Why weren't they set to that? Although even that looks... Still got these weird lines on it. Tile fit, tile. I guess it looks fine when you're zoomed out. Why was this set the way that it was set, though? All right, let's launch this. I think this is why we had more of a margin here. But I think we just need this to be set like this. Yeah, okay, so this should have been like 9 because of the top margin. And then the right would be 7, the left would be 9, and the bottom would be 6. And now we'll have the same... Not quite. Okay, I guess the margin is not considered to be part of the button's size. So expanding these lets them just run into each other. And there's no... Yeah, you can't do anything about that here. I know we can change it in the VBox container. So we could just still set this to 6 and then just change the VBox container that's holding this stuff to say that there's more space in between them. So instead of 40, we update this to like 46 or something. Not that one exactly, this one. Yeah, something like that. That's set to 18. It seems like a lot. You can use content margin instead, maybe. Oh, yes. I should be able to do that. So we set these to 9, 9, 7, 6, and then remove all of these. And now we've applied a double margin. No, but these are still... All right, something like this, and then reset this. Oh, they're still like mashing into each other. If we don't set this to 6, this won't look like it has the margin that I want. Maybe we can just increase this. No, that actually increases the size of the button. So maybe we shouldn't increase this and should only increase this. And this should be set to 12, 12, 12, 12. All right, we're probably getting there. Yeah, I think we're kind of getting there. Yep, there we go. Okay, so those are all our buttons. It took forever, but I think we got it. Now I wonder if this is going to cause a problem for anybody. So let's try exporting this. This uses the Forward Plus renderer. It uses whatever the default rendering would have been, which should be Vulkan or something. I should probably have this print out. Town, didn't I have this already somewhere? Yeah, rendering driver. Let's put that back in. Ollie, thank you for the raid. How did the stream go? We're in panic mode over here. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how this works either. But okay, we've got this, I think, looking okay now. Hey, berry juice. Yeah, I can type that emote now too. Ollie and 2. Where is it? There. Went super well. Lots of good conversations. Nice. Yeah, I was tuning in while you were watching some CSS expert, but before then you landed on an ad and this woman was talking and someone in chat said that they called her out on Twitter and she blocked them. I was curious about what happened there. That's weird. When you hover over this, it's using a different texture. I think that's actually probably fine. I still don't know why this looks different here from what it looks like in the game. That seems like a problem. But I'm curious if this has the texture corruption things at least. So I guess let's go export this and see. But yeah, we got to figure this out. There's just so much that's wrong. Did it not update the content margin? Maybe that's why. There's some weird thing about editing styles over here. No, it looks like this is right. I don't know why the content margins don't show up in code though. Content margin, that's all that was changed. Why wouldn't these show up here? What is this doing? I hit save. Does it show up now? What? So confused. Okay, I have closebutton.tres open. I click the normal style. Now I can start modifying these things. And if I turn off my camera, you can see what it is that I'm editing here. Let me turn these things off. So these are all set to 12. I'll set this to 9999999. It can't go that high. It only goes up to 2048. And now I save this and we search for the number 2048 and it doesn't exist anywhere. It's just inside this coincidental, whatever that is. I don't know. Some hash of a file. Like, this isn't saving. So what is this doing? Is this just for previewing? Do I need to, like, actually... Like, why did it modify these but not the other ones? Hey, Tarb. Now dead programming community, and she was talking about CSS, and I later corrected the detail in Discord. Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. No hard feelings, but well, yeah. It's too bad. I think people should be able to take feedback if they're like provably wrong about something, especially. All right, I don't have an explanation for why this is not editing correctly. If I set this from 3 to 15, not that it's going to look good, but then I save this, it doesn't get updated to 15. But somehow I had that working. I am perplexed. Perplexed and slightly frustrated. Where's the theme defined for this? It's only set on the buttons themselves. I wonder if they like all got a copy of the theme or something. Can I click this then? Button, styles, normal, here. Content margins are set to 12. Where does it save that? I only see texture margin, not content margin. Content margin. This is so bizarre. This is why it's not having an impact in the game. I don't know why it's not. And how do you edit this? Do I have to click save here? Did that do something? That did something? Seriously? I was pressing Command S. What is going on? Oh, man. All right, well, whatever. We figured that out. So now, now we look at it in the game. Does it look normal? Not yet, at least. All right, this should look more or less like what we had. So I'm going to export this build, and we're going to send it over to the Windows users, and we're going to see, does this do anything? Oh, but before we do that, let's update the game version too and make sure that this is the correct version. So project.godot, and we'll say alpha special -1 there. So now when I run this, we should see that special -1 show up in the bottom left. Yeah. Okay, so that's how we'll know we're on the right build, because I'm not updating the file name. And now we export, 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 export. What is that quote from Lord of the Rings? You have chosen the way of pain. That's how I feel. You've elected the way of pain. Yeah. That's... You got an M2 Ultra? Yeah. And yeah, you need a thick water bottle if you're going to be struggling with Godot issues. Has it exported now? Yeah. Okay, now we got to upload this. Windows, there. So you're building in metal? Excuse me. I am using whatever the default renderer is, which should be metal for my machine, yeah. Something weird going on. Is it any different, or does the engine take care of it? The engine takes care of it all, yeah. Okay, is anyone still here who fits the following criteria? Has Windows and had corrupted textures in Skeleseller? Because if so, I can... Okay, blob. Okay, cool, 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 cool. So let me share this one more time. Can you tell me if that works? Have you solved all of the world's problems yet? No, I have not yet, unfortunately. Also, hey, Captain Anosa. I hope your stream went well yesterday. I am currently trying to figure out an incredibly annoying issue where some people were playing the game and they had corrupted textures. And I don't even know what was causing this. And I had some kind of partial ways of fixing it, but not really. So what we're going to test now is what happens if we have an image and the textures don't expand beyond the size of the buttons or something. I don't know. Let's just see if this works. And does this look pretty much the same as what it looked like before? I want to take a picture of the old one. It's not a Z ordering thing. No, it wouldn't be that. All right, so load game, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so here's what it looked like before all of this stuff. So let's save this in here. This is like unaltered checkpoint 5 build. Unaltered checkpoint 5 build. Can I not have this look like trash? Can I just use Roboto here? How do you change the font? There we go. Cool. And even increase the size of that, I guess. Great. So this is what it looked like before all of this stuff. And what it looks like now shouldn't be too different. The texture might look slightly different. I don't even care if it looks slightly different. I just want it to look readable. So here's what we had. Here's what we have. Yeah, I do believe the colors are maybe slightly different. because of where we're repeating the texture, I guess. Yeah, they're different brown. Yeah. Base menu texture looks fine. Hover still corrupted. Yeah, hover still being corrupted. Makes sense. So I think I know what the cause of this is. I think the cause is that, why is this loading weirdly? Assets, UI. I think the cause is any of these that are 20 by 20. I think we set the textures to be wrong. I probably have to file this for Godot. New game freezes. Load game takes a bit but works. Normal buttons are fine. Hover texture is corrupt. Interesting. What could cause the new game to freeze? Yeah. I think it's the texture margins being wrong. I think we need to file a bug on Godot for this. File bug on Godot. Texture margins are just too big. Never a problem before, not a problem for most people. Leads to corruption. This bug is going to take like an hour at least to file, so I'm not going to do that right now. But the new game freezing, what in the world could do that? Oh my God, wait, there is one thing, which is I'm now trying to print out the rendering driver. Oh, but that's only if you have debug, so that can't be happening. There's no other change that I've made though, right? Is there something else? Now new game works fine. Okay, so Snorkel had said something about deleting the app data shader cache. App data shader cache. Data shader. I don't know if that would matter. I don't know if it's just coincidence that trying to click the button another time makes it work. Even quit freezes the second time you boot it. Oh, what's this stuff? Don't have an explanation for this because nothing should have changed that drastically. Especially because we're talking about what, yesterday? Yesterday I uploaded a new build for Pige. Or well, not for Pige, but Pige played it. And we were here. Because Pige definitely had 0.5.2. Yeah. So something changed between there and now that might be causing a freeze. Or something to do with some caching that Godot does automatically. So it can't be this, it can't be this. I mean, it could be this, but it's very unlikely because it's happening on a new game. A lot of scrolling in the game anyway. Probably shouldn't be that, probably shouldn't be that, probably shouldn't be that. Probably shouldn't be that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the only thing I could think of is that I messed up something with the renderer. Could it be a side effect of having change between compatibility and forward plus back and forth? Yeah, maybe Godot did some kind of caching somewhere. I wonder if there are even settings for that sort of thing. Because nothing else should cause this. Godot user settings? Are there any user settings? Or config files or anything? Deleting shader cache makes the game load. Leaving it freezes the game. Okay, and do you need to delete it before every launch? Closing and running the game again makes it freeze again. Oh my God, this is terrible. Okay, first of all, let me give out some points for this stuff. Okay, there are some points. So apparently, with all the correct settings, the game freezes when launching. Deleting the shader cache fixes it once. Then running the game will cause the shader cache to get broken. I don't know what we're supposed to do. Shader cache. don't see any issues here that might be the same thing. I mean, there are a lot of open issues. I'm not going to go through 115 of these right now. This may be 4.4. It might be, yeah. Game starts, new game, or quit freezes. Well, actually, wait. The game never froze when launching, right? The game freezes when clicking new game or quit. If I'm not... Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't sound like anyone ever had a problem at launch. It was just on clicking new game. Or load game, yeah, or load game, yeah. It's just the title screen that never freezes. Yeah, which means it's getting somewhere. What I wonder about is corrupted textures. I don't have a hunch for why this is happening. I should take a break anyway. So I'll take a break and then I don't know. We'll figure out what we're doing here. Freeze seems to happen randomly. Sometimes it's fine. Sometimes it freezes after each game restart. Yeah, this is going to be pretty tough to detect. And I haven't changed. Oh, wait a second. What am I doing? I looked at the commits that were on GitHub, but I have a commit that's not on GitHub, right? I'm ahead by 2 commits. So let's look at the last 2. Oh, those don't matter. Okay, never mind. All right, let me take a break and then we'll keep looking at this. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Close the game. GG to everybody. All right, so what do we do? Freezes. So we could try downgrading. Hold on a second though. No one ever. Wait, 4.3 didn't have this issue. No, 4.3 did have this issue. Did have this issue. Because I only updated Godot, yeah, yesterday, but released checkpoint 5 on the 17th. 4.3 had this issue. The button textures are fixed by fixing their, what is it? Their texture margins. I think the problem was that the sum of the margins was greater than the size of the textures. But that may just be coincidence. The freezes, though, what do we do about the freezes? And they only started happening now? What would cause these freezes? It could be something from having run with the compatibility renderer and then using the new renderer. Maybe there's some state that Godot saves. Doesn't really make sense to me. Like why would these just start now though? I haven't significantly changed anything. Like if we look at the last commit here and we look at the one, so let's get diff something against that, and the something is going to be the last like known working version. Actually, wait a second. Wait. We have no evidence that the people who are hitting the corrupted texture issues wouldn't have had a freeze on their like second playthrough. Probably they wouldn't have launched the game twice. But still, let's compare this commit and just see would anything here stand out. That's a README file. That's a scene. All we did is center it and scroll it. So I don't think it would be any of this stuff. Yeah. Shouldn't matter. It's a comment. This is stuff that happens during battles. It's freezing before then. In-game menu has a different node. Yeah, that shouldn't cause any problems. Shouldn't cause any problems. Whoops. Wow, wait, what's that? Oh, because this is the commit right before what I'm doing, and this is a change that I have right now, right? Yes. Why does it keep modifying export presets? Another thing I don't understand. I guess this is just exporting from the new Godot, and I hadn't done that before. But I had done that before. I don't understand that bit. But yeah, everything else here makes sense. Yeah, I don't know why this file keeps getting modified. Maybe, oh, maybe I clicked advanced. That I think will do it. No, I did not. I have no idea. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. It's not leftovers from old versions because rerunning the new version creates a new cache and it freezes again. Old version for the 17th reruns multiple times just fine with the shader cache present. Let me write that down. The new version has a problem. Trying to think, is there anything different between the versions and how I'm uploading or exporting them? Normally, the way I export stuff is by clicking export all and then clicking release. But this time around, I was clicking export project and then just saving over a zip file. I don't think that would have any impact. Nor should launching through itch. It should just be the same executable regardless. Wow. Well, I'm not totally sure what to do, but one thing is kind of clear. We need to fix the buttons that we have. So I guess let's go fix those. And then hopefully none of the textures will be corrupted, and at least we'll have some confidence there. So how do we do this? We need to get all of the different states that we have, but only the ones that are on files smaller than 40 by 40, which are just the ones that have the word board in them. So board over, board down, board disabled. So what's this one? Board disabled. Okay, this is one of them. Let's modify this down here. Edit. Oh, it's got theme selected. Okay. So what did I do in the other one? Because we just need those same values, right? 3, 3, 5, 6, 12, 12, 12, 12. 3, 3, 5, 6. It's actually 0, 0, 0, 0, and then 12, 12, 12, 12. And as if I'm not mistaken, these are pretty much exactly the same. So they should all be that same number. But let me check Discord really fast. Board 2 use something different. Board 2 is a larger size though, right? Yeah, board 2 we don't have a problem with. Those I think are fine. Special 1 also freezes on second launch for me, but not 0.5.0. What? What is going on? What? All right, so then this is breaking for everybody. New version freezes even for people who didn't have corrupted textures. The thing that's so confusing about this is that I don't see any code I changed that would have caused that to happen. When does it freeze? It freezes for people when they click any of the buttons on the title screen, new, load, quit. And it's not always happening, and it's not always happening. But yeah, when it happens, it's apparently after clicking one of those buttons. It's weird that even quit would cause it to happen, which almost suggests that it's a problem with button states and not a problem with the functions that they're running. Godot version changed. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. People aren't loading old saves. They probably are, but it should be okay as long as I didn't make any major changes, and I haven't yet. The new version of the game has a problem. So it's probably something to do with using Godot 4.4. Well, wait a second. Wait a second. I was using Godot 4.4 when I pushed the version yesterday that Pige played, right? Upgrade to Godot 4.4 and then bump the game version. And this bump the game version is 0.5.2, right? It's even earlier. So yeah. So we know that at least some people could use Godot 4.4, but the people who had corrupted, no, not just freezing. The freezing might have happened for Pige if he'd quit the game, but he didn't. Maybe the reason that this didn't seem to break for Pige is because he never quit the game. He just went to the title screen. Yeah, they could use it once, yeah. New version will work whenever the shader cache is deleted. Oh, man. Okay, let's fix the rest of these buttons. Here are the values we need. 3, 3, 5, 6, 12, 12, 12, 12. 3, 3, 5, 6. Content 12, 12, 12, 12. All right, hopefully that looks the same. Next up is hover. 3, 3, 5, 6, 12, 12, 12, 12. And focus, I guess. Can you zoom in on this? How do you, when I hit save, how do you see this better? I don't know if that's possible. Maybe not. All right, well, let's just zoom through the OS then. Why can't I click any of these? Oh, I can't click anything now. What? Yeah, what? Did it save all my changes? I think it did. Yeah, it looks like it did. Okay, well, let's try that again, I guess. How do you tell if a button is focused? Oh, there we go. It's been showing this whole time. I just didn't see. Yeah. I mean, this looks fine. This looks like it's just working. I don't know what this is supposed to be. A color picker, I guess. Is this changing the color of something? No, I think it's just a color picker. Okay, let's try running that. So that should fix every corrupted button, I think. Unless we have another theme that also defines them. Does the Mac build work? Yeah, it seems to work for me. But I guess I never had any of these issues. Man, okay, let's look at this. So in my mind, these are practically the same textures. Like if you said just from memory, does this page look different? I would say no, it doesn't. It might be different, and we saw that the browns are maybe slightly different, but yeah, I think this is looking fine. There are some kind of like vertical lines that are showing up though. I don't know what's doing that. They also show up here too. It's probably one of these things just needing to be customized a little bit differently. Or not tiling exactly perfectly. Is there a difference in color here? I guess we could just use the paint bucket tool and find out. This clearly has some threshold. Yeah, set it to 0. So that's one color, that's another color, that's another color. Yeah, so none of that is different. These lines are the same color. I think it's from the right margin being too short by a pixel. That is entirely possible. Doesn't look like changing this is doing anything. Am I changing the normal state? No, I'm not. Okay, it's not this. Oh, I'm changing the bottom. Yeah, okay, that did it. Cool. Just gotta actually pay attention to what I'm supposed to be changing. Yeah, I was changing bottom there. I only realized that toward the end. We do have this sort of weird thing that's going on now. Is that caused by one of these? If I change that to 4? No, if I change that to 7. It kind of goes away if you change it to 7. Maybe those are the right things to set this to then. So 3, 3, 6, 7. 6, 7, 6, 7, and 6, 7. What's this? Hover pressed. I didn't change this. Let's change it. 3, 3, 6, 7. Any others that I might have missed? Yeah, apparently a lot of them. And pressed. Yeah, so that's everything. Let's go try that out. Oh, the lines in the horizontal lines I think are intentional. I think those should be there. And maybe they look a little weird. We can get rid of them, but they are there in the image. So if we did want to get rid of them, we'd just change the image. That part's fine. But there were other lines that were showing up. I'm going to give IMR another point. All right, so I want to export this build. Let's search for special-1 and make this special-2 and export this. This will still have the same freezing problems, but now none of the textures should be bad. Did anything change in this thing? No. And how about let's export it the way I was exporting before, just in case that had some impact? I'd be surprised. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. All right, I'm just waiting for this to export. It froze when trying to load an old save, but worked when creating a new game and saving and loading. Frozen trying to load an old save. Yeah, I think launching a new version of the game sometimes fixes this, and I'm not sure why. And deleting the shader cache would cause it to get fixed too. These sound like Godot issues, and they sound like the kind of thing where we're going to have a very difficult decision to make. Which is, do we have... do we have the old version of Godot and then run into some problems as a result of using the old version? Or do we have the new version and run into a different set of problems? Anyway, I outputted a new build, but I have not uploaded it yet. Yeah, I'll switch game engines. That'll show everybody. Okay, overwrite if source newer. There. All right, it's uploading. It's at 2%. My internet's pretty fast, but I think this server is just limited. It's a shared host. So now it's at 50%, and I'm waiting. Do you have a Linux build? Yeah, there's a Linux build already. It's on itch. Although it might be in a broken state because I published a new thing really quickly now. I should probably just overwrite all the builds on itch. Yeah, let's do that. It's very unlikely to cause any breakages, right? Okay, so the new version is online now for Windows at this link. And it's about to be online for all of the versions. Let me try opening the one that it made for Mac. Mac OS release this. Okay, now we launch this. Does this freeze for me? Oh, it does. Well, the dev build doesn't. All right, well, anyway, the reason I uploaded a new version for the Windows users is hopefully all the button textures are fixed now. Oh, it's good that it's freezing for me because now I can investigate without involving other people. That's nice. But I guess it doesn't freeze in the dev version, so something's different between the built version and the dev version. I wonder... We'll have to look into that. Right, because like this, I guess we skip right into the game? What if we didn't skip right into the game? What if everywhere that we're searching for the word debug, we just, well, not everywhere, but like here, we go right to the title screen. Is it gonna have a problem? Didn't freeze, although it did take a decent amount of time. If I do it again. Still didn't freeze. Still took a decent amount of time. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's ever breaking in the dev build. Yeah, it's ever freezing in the dev build. Whereas if I keep opening this one, this is the release build. It did not freeze then. It didn't freeze then. Huh, it was only the first time I launch it. If I delete the app entirely and then just open it again, does that happen again? No. I don't get this. How to fix the button textures? I don't know why this was needed, but we had some texture margins set. The image is 20 by 20 and the texture margins were all set to 12, 12, 12, 12. So if you were to like draw these margins, you have the image and then you had a margin, the left margin was here and the right margin was here. So they overlapped each other. Like this is going out to this distance and this is going out to this distance. I don't know if that's what was causing the problem. Pop-up button still corrupted? Oh, that's probably just a different theme that wasn't updated. Okay, yeah. But the freezing still happened? So I still need to fix any other uses of the board buttons that aren't controlled by close button.tres. Still freezing. Okay, yeah. Okay, so still need to do this. That shouldn't really be a problem. We just search for board and then type .star PNG. And then search for all of those. Yeah. Okay, so we got to fix buttons.tres. Is this everywhere? It is everywhere. Why do we do this? Why do we have multiple themes for this? Oh, we're not. It's not open for some reason. How do I close that? How do I edit this? Huh, strange. Strange indeed. How do I get the theme editor down here? Huh. That's not a theme? It's a TRES file, though. I guess not all TRES files are themes? Oh, yeah, it's just a texture. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. So then this would be 3357. I don't remember what the actual numbers were. So let's just search for it because I just modified them a bunch of times. This should show up in here. 3367. And 12, 12, 12, 12. Okay. Anywhere else? Where'd that thing go? Here it is. All right, so that one's deleted. Now, close button, we did that for everything. Board disabled. This is just an import file. We don't care about import files. Dialog box. That's board 2. We don't care about board 2. This is board 2. Dialog theme has some problems. Title theme looks fine. Quest progress looks fine. So it's just dialog theme you need to go modify. All right, dialog theme. Let's open that up. Dialog theme. And now, yeah, we just modify all these things again. We really should have one theme for this stuff. I just want to fix this and then maybe look into that. Hover. I mean, at least it's fast enough to make these changes. And we're almost done. And pressed. Okay. I think that's everything. All of these look good, 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 and safe. Okay. So every button is now fixed. So now the only problem we have is a freeze, which is even worse than the buttons. Still need to figure out the freezing. It may be a problem with Godot 4.4. 5.0 version is working. Have I checked the button wireframe? I haven't. I'm not super concerned about what's happening here. If people start reporting, let's say, memory issues or performance problems, then I'd probably look into that stuff. But yeah, like I said, there's like a million other issues right now, and this is definitely the worst one so far. Figure out the freezing. All right, well, let's check in what I've done, because these things can be fixed no matter what. And they don't cause... Oh, I should run the game. Yeah, make sure this still looks good. These all look fine. This is fine. Fine. We need a dialogue to show up. Yep. And then I don't know where else this showed. What do people say? Pop-up button still corrupted? Yeah, I think that was these. I think this is working better. Thanks, Karada. I started working on the music for this too, but I haven't finished it. And I only spent a little bit of time even looking at it yesterday. I just didn't have a lot of time. I'll play that while I'm struggling through the rest of this. I haven't finished this, which is why that transition is so abrupt. But I want to finish that. I need to come up with the right feel for it. But I like it up until there. I think it's like a cutesy little thing. Hopefully not on the title screen for too long. All right, anything else? We don't need this. This wouldn't work for people anyway. Main, I don't need that. Project.Godot. Let's put this stuff back in. And then could this have possibly messed things up? Is anything even here happening on Windows? Windows desktop, patches, packed string array. This might just be showing up because of Godot 4.4, and it might have no impact on anything. It's pretty much just saying there are no patches, which is fine. Yeah, and since it added this stuff everywhere, I think we just check this in too. All right. Okay, let's commit that. Then this, I'm just going to say update export presets. Godot seems to be doing this automatically, so I'm not going to fight it. And the only other change we have is this version number being different. So it's just this. File book on Godot. I'll write this differently. We have a freeze problem. Texture margins on 4.4 being larger than the textures seem to break things. Make a minimal repro. Well, it happened for me once. Does it happen based on, this is kind of a silly guess, but does Mac have something where it's like based on the name of the app that I'm launching? So will this one freeze because it's brand new? It did. Yeah. So that was the next thing I was going to check. Is it going to print any messages about why it's freezing? But I need a repro for it to freeze, and that definitely caused it. Look for info.plist. But I didn't change that just then, and it still froze. Out of curiosity, if I rename this to Skeleseller 3 now and try again, does it freeze again? Because I only got it to freeze the first time last time around. Yeah, it doesn't freeze now. It's like it's a combination of getting a new application here and then naming this something else. Although maybe that's coincidence. But if this freezes, I feel like it's not coincidence. Okay, it is coincidence. So we could open this up and look at the plist file in here. And there's an ID in here somewhere. Probably one of these. Probably this. Yeah, changing the name shouldn't mean anything, yeah. So I set this to 2, and we try rerunning that. Does that cause a problem? No. I don't know what causes this to repro, but either way, we know where it is. So let's go there and then launch from this. Skeleseller 4.app. Contents, Mac OS. Should be some binary in here. Yeah, Skeleseller. All right, how do we get it to freeze? Didn't freeze then. Like load. Oh, it's freezing. Nothing printed out. Extonomous, what could that be? That's just the company name. Yeah, nothing printed out. If I force quit, I'm guessing it's not going to say anything here. I don't think this is important because I think this would happen even if it didn't freeze. Run with verbose. Let me do that off screen. Okay, interesting. I wonder if it has to do with how quickly you end up clicking one of the buttons here. No. Did that freeze it? It did freeze it. The last thing that printed was loading resource animated terrain.png. Might be coincidence. Here's everything printed out. No profilers for Godot or Mac. I think the only one that exists is in Rider. I'm not sure. I can get the game to launch if I launch it again while leaving the freezing one open. Also when running in GL compatibility, not the default. Menu buttons look incorrect, not barcode. Can you take a picture of how they look? Because they might have like other lines on them maybe. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if it's also always freezing there. So this was the last thing that we got. This is like freeze happened. Close Close every other tab we had. So I guess we're just going to try this again and just try to click the new button fast enough. Did it freeze that time? It did. And it's at the same loading. It could be that whatever loads next is actually the problem. It has nothing to do with just loaded before this. So maybe we need a time when it doesn't freeze. But I'm guessing this is pretty much the exact same output we just saw. And if those shaders are not new, then they should even have the same SHAs, which means we should have the exact same thing. So let's compare this with the other tab. And yeah, there's literally no difference. This same log happened twice with the exact same contents. So now what happens when it doesn't freeze? So we're going to give it some time, I guess. And then click new game. So what happened in that case? Let's copy all of this. Oh, wait, there's a way to do this easier, isn't there? Oh, whoops, I just copied over here. I didn't mean to do that. I think there's a, yeah, here it is. Copy output. Cool. And then just delete this stuff because it's not actually output. So where we last got to was animated terrain. In this one, right after that, it's the apple spawner. $178 lines. Yeah, freeze would have happened here, but didn't. Is there anything about the apple spawner? Because I actually did change that. I added multiple of them. But I kind of doubt that's a problem. I could try exporting a build that doesn't have apple spawners. And if that somehow fixes things, then we know that's the problem. I don't think that's going to be the case. And what would even cause them to not load? Apple spawner. Root node of a scene is recommended to not be transformed. Oh, that's cool they tell you that. Yeah, in this case, the transform wouldn't cause a crash or anything. Why is there an asterisk up here? That suggests that we changed something. Well, what? And does saying save do anything? Does this save button do something? No. Why is that? It maybe means I changed something in the project. Does Command S did something? Do we even have it changed in our file now? No, we don't. I don't know what that was. Maybe just exporting triggers that for some reason. All right, anyway, the apple spawner, let's go get rid of it and just see, does this somehow fix freezes? Makes no sense. Apple spawners, goodbye. All right, now we export a new build. Mac, export, save, okay. Read your blog, interesting article about your preparation for Fang. What blog? Oh, I know what you're talking about. I have two different blogs. I remember writing about that, but I must have done that like a few years ago. Yeah, here. Oh, what did I write about this? Oh man, I remember this now. When was this? August 30th, 2020. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Hey, Toulouse, do you need to have some sort of loading screen to prevent clicking buttons too quickly? I don't know if it's a too quick problem. Am I in Fang? No, I was at Google before this though. And it might be, and it might, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I got to still investigate this. I'm just hoping I can figure something out here. So let's delete this and then open this up again. This hopefully has a file modified of recently. 1156, yeah. So now we want to launch skeleseller.app, which means going back several directories. Skeleseller.app. Trashes. Oh, it couldn't go up a directory at all. Okay, fine. Game out Skeleseller.app. What, contents Mac OS? Okay, and then from here we run Skeleseller verbose. And then we try clicking the button too fast. Okay, well, it reproed. It still stopped at animated terrain though. And I'm guessing if we were to copy all this output, it would be 178 lines. Where's the copy button? There it is. What's happening now? Yep, 178 lines. Here's the compatibility thing. What is going on? Oh, weird. Okay. Bizarre. Did I break that? Thanks for recording that, Nui. Whoops. I expected to be in the previous resource. It might be, given that it seems like this is happening when I click too fast. I kind of wonder. I'm just going to wait for a sec. I'm going to hit new game. And now what was after animated whatever? What was it even called? Animated terrain? There it is. Now it's edge of map filler. Yeah, so I don't think that's probably important. Why would waiting be important though? If the people in chat who are testing out the freezes are not thoroughly sick of me asking stuff, out of curiosity, can you reproduce the freeze if you just wait on this screen for like 10 seconds first and then click new game? Does that have any impact? Because it only seems to freeze for me when I do this too fast. Like if I'm clicking immediately, then it freezes. How come you use a command to compile instead of using export from Godot? Is there an advantage? I actually do use export from Godot. Yeah, I'm I'm not using a command to compile. You must be seeing me do something else. I'm not sure what that something else is. Here I'm just running the game and using dash verbose, so maybe it looks like it's like build output. It's just running output. And this is because there's a freeze in the game and I don't know what's causing it. I don't even know how you detect this or how you look into it further. Godot, investigate, freeze. Because like I said, I think you need Rider for this. Debugging rare freezing Godot. Does things differently when loading. Vince, welcome back. Thanks for the 7 months. I appreciate it. Title screen does things differently when loading versus a new game. Maybe that. Well, it can also freeze on a new or on loading a game. Waiting 10 seconds does make it load. So it is something that we're doing too fast. I wonder if it's something too fast every time you get to the title screen. No, it's just the first time you load the game. So something needs to be in memory and isn't. That's my guess. We click load immediately, it freezes. Sure, okay, how do we close this faster? Interesting though. Very interesting. So if I click load too fast, it doesn't tend to freeze that for me, but maybe it has to do with what save you're loading. The title screen calls to start preloading the town scene. Oh, really? Because it sounds like that would do it. Oh, wait. Oh, that's unload game. I see. It doesn't preload on its own. Yeah, it's just changing a scene to this. First line and ready. I see. No freezes when waiting first. Okay, very interesting. So it's almost certainly coming from this. Oh boy. We're making progress finally. The freezes are fixed by just waiting for like 5 to 10 seconds on the title screen first. Maybe it's from this line in the title screen. Right here. This is game dev, whether you like it or not, everybody. Now let's take it out. Let's see if it does anything. Oh, wait, before we take it out, what happens if I just run from here and I mash the new button? Because I want to see, is this something with exported builds specifically? It might be because preloading might follow a different path. I don't even have the title screen right now. We got to get rid of that debug thing that we had in main. So this will make us go to the title screen, and then clicking roughly here should make us start a new game. It did freeze. Well, well, well. There we have it. The problem all along is just that the people playing the game were so eager to play the game that they clicked new really fast. That's it. We just got to make the game more boring. So we'll just dull the colors on the title screen, make actively dissonant music. Let's quit this. So yeah, now that we have a pretty easy repro for this, let's go try getting rid of this line and just see if that fixes things. I waited 30 seconds and it still froze for me. Is this on that computer where you're having performance issues originally, Nui? Wow. Well, there's an obvious lag now, although we could add in a loading screen or something. Yeah, it doesn't seem to freeze it anymore. I think it is this line. It's loading threaded. I wonder, we probably need to stop transitions until this is done. Does this return something? Let's look into this. What does it say? Loads the resource using threads. If use subthreads is true, multiple threads will be used. Makes loading faster, may affect the main thread. We actually probably should use subthreads then. Cache mode property defines whether and how the cache should be used or updated when loading the resource. See cache mode. Okay, but do we know when this is done? I wonder. No, it's Windows 10.1. Okay. Should create an intro video so people not click so fast. Put a message of the day. And then put a dialogue. Did you read the message of the day? Yes, really? All right, what are we looking at? Load threaded request. Here it is. It doesn't say anything different though. Are there any signals from here? No. Are there any bugs on this? Stuck at 0.5 infinite loop 2 weeks ago. Well. Well. What's this? Oh, that's true. We could have paused it. Why didn't I think of that? Next comment mentioned load the status. Okay, wait, let me take a look at that. Okay, so now we're stuck. Now we hit the pause button and we can see where we're stuck. Is this the same place that this issue mentions being stuck? Load threaded get status. Where are we? We're in a call to some random stuff. And if we pause again, we're still in this call. This is probably the threaded call. I don't think we'd have any way of telling. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever have a way of knowing where we are here. Oh, we're still in change scene to file. Yeah. Okay, good. So we're stuck there. And it's never going to load. Try to use subthreads. Yeah, I can do that. New game does not use this threaded mechanism. Load game does. Load threaded get stat. Oh, I see. So we could just see if loading failed. Although if it fails, Wait, people were having problems on loading as well, though, earlier. So I think the problem is this. Also, we don't even need to do this. I guess we would just get an error if it does fail. I kind of want to try that here. Load the town scene path and then just print out the status at the end. gd.print status of loading the town scene. Status. Get rid of that. Print here that we're about to do it. Loading the town scene. It's freezing both. Yeah. Yeah, so I think the problem is just using load threaded. So let's try this. And in a successful case, I'm guessing the status should be 0 success or something. So I'm going to wait. And we're going to click this. And it worked. And it says invalid resource. What? What? Does this exist still? Town.tscn? Game scenes town. Yeah. Game scenes town. Yeah. The game doesn't show up there, but that's part of res. That's bizarre. If you don't start the preload, you can't check the status. Wait, you don't need 2 though. A load threaded get status should do it, right? Oh, get status is only for getting it? It's not for loading and getting it? Here it is. Loads the resource using threads. If you subthreads is true. Yep. Cache mode. Huh. That's not even the right thing. It's up here. Wait a second. I clicked get status. Okay, yeah, my bad. Return status of a threaded loading operation started with that. Okay, got it. Yeah, I was doing that wrong. Yeah, so invalid request is because we need to do this and then check it. But this won't be done yet. So what, we got to wait in a loop or something? While true. All right, this is going to absolutely spam the console, but I don't care. Yeah. Okay, it's so busy spamming the console, I guess, that it is not actually making progress. We could have just delayed the amount of time it's spent doing this. Alternatively, it's just using the main thread, so it'll never make progress because we're stuck in a while loop here. Huh. Well, let's stop this. We can't stop it. That's weird. We did stop it. It just doesn't show that it's stopped now. I'm going to reload this. We can't reload it. I'm going to quit VS Code. No, we can't do that either. We're stuck here forever. Create a Godot timer and print this callback. Yeah, that's how I should have done this for sure. But now I'm in a pickle. And that oh, there it goes. Windows not responding. Reopen. Okay, cool. Yeah, so one shot. I want a one-shot false timer. All right, now what file was that in? Title screen? This is ridiculous. Timer equals new, add it, start it, timeout plus equal timeout. Go make this function. That's not what I wanted. On timeout, I guess. It should know to generate a function now. Yep, nice. And then put this in there. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Put this here. All right, so every second it's just going to print out the status. Let's try that. Graphical nitpicks have been reported. Green line on right side of screen, and occasionally getting the battle windows aligned left instead of center. The second one you mentioned is known, but the green line on the right side of the screen, can you take a picture? Did I not start the timer or something? I did. What's going on? That's not printing the status. I mean, I guess we could just set a breakpoint here and I can revert everything I just did. It's getting hit and we're getting a status and it's just not printing that out. Oh my God, because we're, okay, my bad. We're not showing lines that have loaded in them. So if I get rid of this, presumably it's saying that it's loaded. Yeah. Okay, so what was the status before then? Status of loading the town scene. It's always loaded, so it just loads within a second. So we need to have this set lower than that, maybe like once every 10th of a second. And the times that it freezes, it's not loading in a certain amount of time, I guess. In progress. So it's in progress followed by loaded. So now let's start again, and this time let's just click the new button really, really fast. And now what? It's probably frozen for good. It thinks it's loaded. But then it gets stuck in this call. What is going on? What did this bug say? I think it's this. I think this is the problem. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is the problem. I'm going to put a thumbs up on this issue. So I think we can fix this. So track this bug, I guess. But I think we can fix this by just getting rid of the load threaded request. It'll make the load take a little bit longer, but better than freezing. I mean, I don't care about this. Where's the other one? Here. Load threaded get. Change scene to pack. All right, so we just get rid of this whole thing. And on loading, we want to change to the town scene. Change scene. Don't we do this? Yeah, here. Scene to load. Scene to load is going to be the town scene path to file. Okay, and that's that, right? What happens when you click new game now? Start new game. Does the same thing. Okay, good. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, my bad. Yes, both of these are known. And thank you for reporting them, Sinistella. Yeah, you're gonna run into a bunch of issues. By the way, you can fix the battle windows being off center by just resizing the window in any way. And I guess if that's not bothering you, you don't probably have to do that. Okay, so if I click new game, yeah, it takes a long time, sure. If I click load game, yeah. And now we're gonna try clicking new game immediately. Did not freeze. Okay, let's upload this build, and we should have fixed everything. I am always amazed that we even got to this conclusion. Like, think of how long it took, how many sort of lucky guesses into hunches actually worked, how many things didn't work. So now let's put special build 3 online. Anything else? We can put the apple spawners back in. Those were not a problem. This won't be a problem either. And this is, yeah, we don't need a print there. Yes, the only thing we really did is change that one line, and that's it. And then get rid of the load. Environment shouldn't be changed at all. In fact, I'm not sure. Just get rid of this. All right, so all we've done is change special 3 and we fixed the loading stuff. So we're gonna go export new versions and upload them. Yeah, in fact, let's stop calling this special 3. Let's just put this at 0.5.4. Okay, so reload from disk. Export all. The button's not working. Bizarre. Now it's working. Cool. Any other job outside game development, or do you work with this full time? Yeah, I'm working on this full time. Glad the actual gameplay works perfectly for me at least. So good job. Yeah, I'm glad too. And we did fix some bugs just yesterday. So hopefully you haven't encountered those. How would we even know though? What's an obvious bug I fixed yesterday? I'd have to look at the change log because I don't remember. I miss Botland. I'm sorry, barely usable. It's going to be open source, by the way. Yeah. Oh yeah, scrolling the in-game menu. I guess this is how you could. Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah. All right, we got to upload a new version. One of the things I was debating on is should I stream in the afternoon? And I'm not asking this to chat because if you're here now watching, you'd probably just say yes. But the trade-off would be maybe I could be more productive if I'm doing my own thing. But I'm not sure. I might stream in the afternoon. Man, I feel like we made so little progress, but I know that's not really the case. All right, let's upload these things again. Where's there it is. No, go. Well, chat voted. 100% of the votes are in, and they voted to get me out of here. Flip a coin. I would base it on what I think is best to do, and I haven't fully articulated that because I don't know myself yet. All right, so here's what we just did. We made it so that hopefully this is online now. This is 11:36. It's 12:19, so we got to wait for this to update. I'm not going to like spam refresh this, but yeah, in another 10, 15 seconds, I'll try again. I wrote in my notes, it's going to take up to a minute. There it goes. Okay, so cool. So again, anyone who is running into any issues, if you don't mind going to the official Skeleseller page here and clicking the download button for your operating system. Does the game freeze at all now when you try starting a new game? And are any button textures corrupted? They should all be fixed for everybody. There should be no problems that are game breaking. Just problems. But yeah. Man, I just can't. I can't do this. What do we think caused this? The regression that we saw in that bug? Yeah. Is it marked like high priority or something? Where's the issue here? Bug regression. Yeah. Yeah. No due date. Okay. Can I open the debug panel in game? Asking for me. You can't, but if you want something similar, you can modify your save file. There are no protections against that. So if we go to here and load the save file, you can see things in here like your money, your maximum money, your adventurer levels and stuff, how many skill points they have. You can probably even give adventurers abilities they're not supposed to have. And yeah, it's all pretty readable and understandable. So yeah, if you want to cheat, that's how you can cheat. But I think the best thing about the debug panel is speeding up the game, and you can't do that. So yeah, maybe I should put in some like special Konami code sort of thing that lets you activate the debug menu even on a maybe only on a demo build. I can launch it multiple times. What you mean is you can launch it successfully with no freezes, or just some other, like you couldn't launch multiple instances before, and now you can? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. You know, there should be an anime about this instead of like sword fights and people running at each other. It should just be some incredibly tough programming problem. And by the end of it, they're like, my energy, it's drained. We need the programming crystals. Debug flag on launching the executable. Yeah, we could do something like that. I'm not sure how much I want to support this or even put time into it. Because out of curiosity, what are you looking to do, Ross? Freeze fix for me. Awesome. What are you taking feedback on right now? So on Friday, we launched the new version of the game. And that's not where I wanted to link that. There we go. Yeah, on Friday, we launched the new version of the game. And we got just a ton of feedback on the game itself. So what am I looking for in particular was just any issue that's not known, which unfortunately is going to be incredibly hard to find at this point. Like, people have reported basically every little problem that they found, and there are a lot of them. And we're going through and we're prioritizing fixing them. And we were making pretty good progress when I thought, you know what, let's fix those corrupted button textures. And we did, but it took everything out of me. And now I need the programming crystals. Okay, glad to hear it. That is very, very good. Is there a current feature request for Alt-Enter full screen shortcut? Seems like it doesn't support it. I don't think there is, and I'll write that down. So thank you for suggesting that. There might have been, and it's not that hard to do. I think people might only expect this on Windows and possibly Linux, right? Like in my mind, this is a Windows thing. I don't know, because I've never really gamed on Linux all that much. If people expect it on Linux as well. Cleos, just to be clear, are you on Windows? Yeah, you're on Windows. Okay. Yeah. Maybe this is just a Windows expectation. Glews is on Windows. Yeah. Honestly, mess around with the game. Yeah, okay. So the save file could help you with that a little bit. Just keep in mind, any bugs you find as a result of modifying your save file are not bugs that are probably worth fixing. So as a just very obvious example here, if you set your max money to 0, that probably does bad things in the game or causes exceptions to be thrown. I don't know. I haven't tried it. But like, obviously don't report a bug about that because that's not a real issue. And if you do report any bugs, make sure to make it clear that you've tampered with the save file because that could have relevance. Yeah, I agree that it's a common shortcut in Windows games. F11 used to be kind of common too sometimes for full screening something. I'll report every single one multiple times. I set max money to -5 and then money to the largest possible int, and it did not work. Man, what a crazy, crazy day. Okay, so then we need to file an issue on, where's that tracking bug? Here it is. On restoring this line in the title screen once this is fixed. Also, we had to return from load if we couldn't load the town scene. That seems wrong. Also, we have a return in load if we couldn't load the town scene. That seems wrong. Should probably disable the button and then wait for the scene to have loaded. Or switch to a loading screen. We should probably have a loading screen anyway. Yeah, all right. Lots of little things I got to file on that. So all of this can be deleted, I think. This is fixed. I thought F11 was native to Windows. As in, like, it's a built-in Windows feature. I don't think it is. I think applications have to opt into it. And I don't even know how many use it anymore. Okay, one last quick question. Nobody hit any corrupted buttons, right? Like all the pop-ups look fine, all the different states, like clicking and letting go or tabbing between the buttons or clicking and actually pressing it. Is everything a thumbs up? If anyone does have any problems, obviously let me know. I might have broken this. I don't remember this being white, but maybe it was. Let's launch checkpoint 5 and find out. No, they were always white. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Didn't see anything, only clicked around for a moment. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, as long as nothing stood out, because you were doing quick test before and you were finding it. So I trust that your quick test would also have found it now. I really, really appreciate the patience from everybody and the help that you've all provided. Man, okay. Want to be able to yoink the item out of my skeleton's hands. I wanted to be very careful about that because people have definitely asked for that before. But one of the things I'm worried about is that you'll be trying to drag the camera. So let's say you're looking here and you want to be looking somewhere else. So I'm going to click here because that's where my mouse is. I'm going to drag. If I happen to click an adventurer in the process of moving an item, I would end up taking their item and not moving the camera. And I was worried that would get frustrating. And I guess here's a good example. Like I'm trying to move the camera and I do this. It's like, oh, well now I'm dragging an item. And you can still use the arrow keys or the WASD or something like that. But yeah. And if you are using WASD, you're like, yeah, of course, then I'd want to take something from people's hands. And we could maybe do it in a different way. Maybe you like have to hold control or something, and then it will stop all of your adventurers and you could take something from them. But I don't know how discoverable this would be. I don't know if it would be good. I don't know if we should even let you do that. So for now, yeah. I expect middle click to pan with mouse control. Yeah, that we got to do too. In fact, we should probably do that pretty soon because it's pretty easy. Someone asked for that. Did I not have theirs written down? I'm positive someone asked for that. Pan? What? Huh. I don't have an issue for that. Okay, let's file one. People want middle click to pan the camera. This is a very simple feature request that we should add since we're not using middle click or anything else. There's one tiny thing we need to do. There's a propagation thing that exists somewhere. I don't remember where it is. This maybe? This is right clicks need to propagate up. I don't think we need that. I don't think we need to change anything. Yeah. Okay, so this in my mind is a UX thing, and it's so simple to do that maybe we should put it in for checkpoint, the festival stuff. I'm only putting this in the festival milestone because of how easy this is. I should just do this. Why am I talking about it? All right, so we should have a left click thing here. Yeah, if the button is left click or it is middle click, then you started dragging. Do we have any other left click stuff in here? Nope, that was it. All right, I think that's it. I think that's a fix. I think we're done. The 4X has artifacts? Yeah. Build guild is pixelated, everything else is crisp. Yeah. That's going to be a problem on all the signs, I think, right? You're talking about like this looks pixelated? Because we put it in camera space, which I think might have been a mistake. But I have that written down already. Takes 10 seconds too long for your first adventure to reach the portal for the first time. Yeah, I was thinking of at least giving them a speed boost of like 10% just for that little walk that they do. What did we just fix that I was supposed to launch this in test for? Oh yeah, middle clicking and dragging. Yeah, it's working. And actually, that would let you not grab items. Okay. I'm gonna go check this in. Excuse me. What else do we have here as changes? Oh, bump the version number? Sure. Bump the version number. All right, this is allow for middle click and drag. Allow for middle click to pan. And this fixes 672, which I will now assign to myself. Hopefully no one else did that. Although they did its one line of code. Fixes this, commit, and then we need to fix these things, which means I need an issue to track this. Pixelated is when using 2x and zooming out. It should be pixelated no matter what scale you're at and zoom out, but I know what you're saying. Basically, you do something like this and you zoom out. Yeah. Yeah, these are eventually going to be made into tooltips, so I'm not going to write anything down for that. But yeah, really, all text should be outside of camera space. I guess other things start looking pixelated as well. Yeah, like this looks like garbage. But I don't really think this is a problem. Because first of all, this is like 1x zoom when you're at 4x scale, and then everything does kind of look fine. Yeah. Hey, Grim. I'm doing well. Also, delayed tooltip on save settings has hard. Yeah. That's got to get fixed too. None of those tooltips should exist. They should be this style of tooltip. Where's an example? Like this style, which you might not be able to see here. Wait, you see sprite bleeding? Can you share a picture or tell me where it is? Because it's possible we missed like one spot, maybe. Did you get a report for the Explorer? Yes, that's been reported. Thanks, Lindsay. Hey, Blade Enjoyer. Yeah. All right, we got to file an issue on this. When the mage walks to the portal. But what is it on? Is it on the mage? Mage bleeds. The rogue? I mean, it's probably on both of them. And then, but okay, hang on, because I should have fixed this. I think I know what's happening here. I think adventurers probably have a script for this being cropped, but it doesn't matter because we probably changed the texture in here somewhere. Yep, there it is. Okay, cool. Thanks for reporting that. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta fix that. Fix sprite bleeding on adventurers. They changed their textures, so we need to crop them properly. This may also happen for battlers. So look into that. Yeah, the bleeding happening in the new builds is because I forgot to update their like texture change code. So those are the only things that should be bleeding, and then possibly battlers. Is bleeding? It doesn't look like it is. But maybe the mage would or something. I don't know. Let's go try that out. Unlock the mage, go put the mage into a party, wait for them to get to the portal. They are taking their sweet time. I don't see any bleeding here. It's maybe possible for the issue to happen, but it's not happening. But let me write down that other piece of feedback. Yeah, from Biley. I'll write this down in the backlog because I don't think this is super important, but I think we should probably do something about this. We should really just grant a small temporary speed boost only during the tutorial that makes them run like 10 to 20% faster just for that little jaunt. Yeah. Oh, I see it. It's subtle because it's right at the border of that. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Is 5.3 the latest version? I don't even remember. Let me take a look. I think I pushed 5.4. Yeah, 5.4 is on itch. Well, 0.5.4. All right, yeah, we gotta check that in. I gotta do that still. And the sprite bleeding stuff, and then everything else. Today's been good. Honestly, it has been good. We made progress. I think the A bad outcome would have been if we'd spent all this time and had no idea of what's happening. And even then, I still think it's worthwhile. It's like you found out what not to do. Continued addressing feedback. Got stuck on some hard problems with texture corruption and freezes. Okay, here's what I think the plan is. It's like past lunchtime for me. I'm gonna go get lunch. I'm gonna stop the stream for that time. I think I'm gonna stream again after lunch. No idea how long, maybe like 2 to 4 hours. Yeah. The bleeding on adventurers is something I'm pretty sure I know the cause. I'm pretty sure I know the fix. I wonder if it happens. How do you get the adventurers to stop? You need to be in the tutorial, right? I want to go get my lunch, so I'm please stop me from doing any more than this one run of the game. I do not want to spend more time on this right now. But let me take a quick look. So we hire an adventurer, let's say the mage, and then we shrink this. We should see bleeding here. I don't see it. Any other zoom levels I could be at where this might happen? Oh, wait, did it happen there? I don't think so. Okay, I'm not saying it can't happen, and this wouldn't necessarily repro it. Yeah. Okay, it's lunchtime. I'm gonna go get lunch. I don't think I'm gonna raid anybody, but actually let me check because there are a couple of people I wanted to raid that I never catch normally. And there are lots of people I'd like to raid now, but I'm not going to do that unless it's one of these people. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get going. I'll be back in like an hour. I'll probably stream. But I gotta get food. So yeah, take care. I appreciate you all being here. And if you haven't wishlisted the game, here's the link. And I'll see you after lunch. Bye, everyone.